Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning to the panel, Freedom, Security, and Human Rights, Then and Now. I'm Bradley Reynolds. I'm a senior researcher at the University of Turku, and I research CSC, OSCE history, and I'm also a board member of Historians Without Borders. So I'll first offer a few introductory words to tie in this panel to the discussions we've been having over the last few days, and then I'll introduce our speakers. I would like to begin with a quote from Václav Havel, as he seems to be the unofficial spirit of this conference. In 1990, Charter 77, along with the European Nuclear Disarmament Campaign, founded the Helsinki Citizens' Assembly. This was a small but important piece of the CSC process, what was called one of the first attempts to integrate Europe from below. In the inaugural meeting, Václav Havel remarked, quote, "It turns out that no matter how difficult it is to bring down a totalitarian system, it is even more difficult to build a new and better system from its ruins," end quote. And this was in 1990. We have talked a lot about the CSC process from 1975 to 1990, but I don't think this does the Final Act justice. I would like to pick up on some of the ideas about security that we've been discussing over the last few days. And this idea specifically that security is not binary. It is not something you have or you lack. Of course, in extreme circumstances and in times of war, it is, especially for people living and fighting on the front lines in Ukraine. But for many of us, it is not binary. It is something that is ever-changing, it is something that is fickle, and is something that needs to be continually discussed in democracies. It's a process. And I think this is significant, and this is something that Sia Åkermark rightly pointed out yesterday. This is why the Finnish chairpersonship for the OSCE in 2025 has decided to focus on societal resilience as an inclusive approach to security that does justice to the OSCE's comprehensive security model. This is being able to discuss political, military, environmental and economic, and human dimensional issues as interrelated. At the core of this idea of comprehensive security, as well as this panel, is a question of who is responsible for providing and defining security in democratic societies. I think this ties back well to Havel's open letter to Dr. Husak that Martin Palos presented in the opening panel. One of the aspirations of the long development of human rights and democracy, as I see it, was to give citizens more say in how their societies were structured, so that a politics of fear would not define the everyday, as Havel outlined. Therefore, this history of human rights activism, in my opinion, is incomplete if we end in 1990. The state of many European societies today, and the internal struggles that we have, and debates over rule of law, freedom of the press, and open civic space, are all things that need to be continually addressed. In the words of UK Prime Minister Ted Heath, the objective of broadening the definition of security in 1975 was to, quote, "create a better life for people," end quote. This can mean different things to different groups, but being able to discuss these issues broadly, based on the agreements of fundamental principles outlined by the CSC and OSCE, offers a roadmap that is still being built and implemented today. I think our panel will offer a nice discussion on the different perceptions and actors that have participated in defining security and human rights across time and space. So, I will go down the panel now and introduce our speakers, and then we will have introductory remarks. So, to my right, we have András Mink, who is currently at the Blinken Open Society Archives in Budapest, Hungary. Previously, András worked as the program director at the Hungarian Helsinki Committee and as a journalist for the samizdat publication Bezsiló, later becoming the editor-in-chief in the early 2000s. He has written widely on the history of communism, human rights, and the Helsinki movement. Next, we have Dr. Herman Wendker, who is a professor of modern history at the University of Potsdam and former head of the Berlin department of the Leipzig Institute of Contemporary History. He has published widely on the history of Eastern Germany, the Conference of Security and Cooperation in Europe, and the end of the Cold War and German-Soviet relations. Then we have Maria Axinte, who is the founder of Pristine Prison Memorial Foundation and of the Museum of Communism for Children in Romania. She is a museologist and since 2011 has been developing and coordinating educational programs for the young public looking at Romania's communist past. Her recent curated exhibitions include Silent Witnesses, Artifacts for the Communist Prisons, and Resistance of Communism for Children. Then we have Douglas Wake, former US Foreign Service officer, who has also been a senior OSC official in Belgrade, Warsaw, and Vienna. Doug has also headed numerous ODIHR election observation missions, ranging from Uzbekistan to Greece, Hungary, and Armenia, among others. Doug has also taught at the US Army War College and Columbia University. And finally, last but not least, we have Agnieszka Kosowicz, who is the founder of the Polish Migration Forum Foundation. She is also the co-chair of the Migration Consortium, which makes up 9 organizations working on migration issues, which include the Polish Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights and Amnesty International, among others. Agnieszka has also written widely on migration and refugee issues. So, to begin our discussion today, I will pass the floor over to Professor Wendker to offer a historical foundation for our discussion. So, please.
Thank you very much for having me here. The topic of our panel is freedom, security, and human rights, then and now. And being a historian, I will concentrate on the then, so on the history of the CSCE and the Final Act. We have heard a lot about that yesterday, but I will just want to make 3 points regarding this history. The first will be concerned, why did it come about, and why did it come about at that time, and what was it all about? Second, what did it mean for our question, that i.e. for security and human rights? And third, what were the consequences of the CSCE Final Act in the 70s and 80s? So first, why in 1975? The late 60s and early 70s were a period of détente, when both sides, the East and the West, were willing to negotiate. Now the project of a European Security Conference, as it was originally called, was a Soviet project originally. The Soviets had the idea of creating creating a Europe without the United States, just a system of collective security, as they called it. Of course, in the 50s and 60s, the Western states were not prepared to accept that. So they didn't make any progress. It was only until the end of the 1960s that this view of the Soviet side was changed because of several things, especially because of the Chinese threat which they were experiencing, and because of their demand for Western technology. And in this, at this point of the time, they accepted that NATO was a fact, that the US would remain in Europe, and under these conditions, the Western states accepted the Soviet offer, and Finland, Helsinki, offered to be the place where it should take place, this conference. Now, what were the aims of the different sides? The Soviet Union, their aim was to get a guarantee of the territorial status quo in Europe. Being threatened from the East, they wanted to make sure that the West was secure. And the aims of the Western states were of course, to uphold détente with the Soviet Union, to reduce the threat of war, and it was I would say it was a secondary aim. They put human rights into their issue. The role of the neutrals, who also participated, were mainly, of course, they had their own interests, but the role of the neutrals was quite a lot about mediating between the Western and the Eastern Bloc. So after 2 years of hard negotiating from 1973 to 1975, the Final Act could be signed, and the Final Act was a compromise. The Soviet Union got the recognition of the status quo in Europe, but they had to concede that frontiers could be changed peacefully. The Soviet Union also got Basket 2, which meant especially economic exchange and technological exchange. What did the West get? The West got recognition of human rights as a principle in the international relations and of a humanitarian dimension of the international relations, which meant an intensification of human contacts between people, which meant the right to leave their country, and so on. This was the so-called Basket 3. The Final Act, which was signed, was not a treaty under international law, but it was a political declaration of will. And it gained its relevance by the signature of the heads of state and government who were present in Helsinki. And this became very important. And the last, and which was important then, which is still important now, that the CSCE was not finished with the Helsinki Act, but it continued because it had a so-called fourth basket, which stated that the process would go on with expert meetings and follow-up meetings. And there were, until 1990, there were 3 follow-up meetings, one in Belgrade, 1977, one in Madrid, 1980 to 1983, and one in Vienna from 1986 to 1989. So that's what I would say to the first point. Now more briefly to the second point. In what way was this important for security? It was security because it was a guarantee, largely a guarantee of borders. The borders remained fixed and they could only be changed by peaceful means. That was what they had, the states had agreed upon. That, of course, guaranteed security up to a certain extent. And the second, it was also important for human rights, the freedom part of our panel, especially in Eastern Europe. Because the Final Act had to be printed in, had to be made known to everyone. It was printed in all the newspapers of the Eastern Bloc too, and in the West, of course, too. And the CSCE became a reference point for many people, especially for so-called human rights activists, Helsinki groups, which formed afterwards, and for people wanting to leave their country. That was especially the case with East German citizens who wanted to leave the GDR. So that was the important thing of the Helsinki Act in 1975. Now, point 3, quite briefly, what were the consequences? Because of the follow-up meetings, the CSCE process sort of still remained, and it always caught attention, especially of people in Eastern Europe. And in these meetings, the Western country especially asked if the Eastern Bloc states had stuck to the to what they had signed up, yeah, if they had stuck to guaranteeing human rights, for example, and that encouraged the Helsinki groups and people wanting to leave their country to get on with their process. And this held the, you see, this held the thing alive. the CSCE process was also important for international European politics. Because as you might know, in 1979, the period of détente collapsed. We call the time the Second Cold War, with the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, the NATO dual-track decision. So there was the danger that East and West would not talk to each other again. The CSCE provided a forum, an East-West forum, which stayed alive in spite of this division. So that was important also during this period. And in the end, the ESCE process helped to create favorable conditions for the revolutions of 1989, 90, and in East Middle Europe and Eastern Europe, and of course for the reunification of Germany. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for this broad overview, Professor. Now I think this tails nicely into András. Mink will now talk about participating in the process, I believe, in a bit more. So, please.
Thank you very much. It's a little bit difficult to speak from behind the bars. Yesterday it was a bit better. I'm telling this partly because I was, as Bradley said, that I was the chief editor of this newspaper, which had its origins in the Samizdat-Times, and in the Samizdat-Times, its front page was designed as someone talking from behind the bars, from behind the fences, from behind a prison cage. So, but anyway, let me start with something which is, I'm also a historian, so I try to speak about the historical perspectives of human rights. And let me start with the sad fact that what we can see today is that the issue of human rights is the main divisive issue which divides the political communities in the Western world and Eastern Central Europe as well. We can talk about the reasons of this very unfortunate historical development of the last 30 years, but let me call your attention to a surprise that perhaps we do not remember properly, that in the 70s, in the late 70s and throughout the 80s, the situation was just the opposite. Human rights was the main integrative force of many divergent ideas, political wings and political branches. Especially in Eastern Central Europe, among the dissidents and among the political opposition of communist dictatorships. Perhaps it sounds strange, but it could embrace and unify very different political ideas, representatives of completely opposite political ambitions and worldviews and ideas, from the radical left to the conservative right. Even the national populists, whose main concern in the region was the desperate situation of national minorities in other countries, spoke the language of human rights in the 80s. I think the main reason is that human rights, no matter what were the expectations of those who invented and initiated and signed the Helsinki Final Act, human rights, the issue of human rights, the discourse of human rights was a real political innovation. for several reasons. I think the main reason of that was that it replaced the previous main ideological and political discourse of the 20th century and of the Cold War, which was about socialism and capitalism, or social equality, or free competition, and so on and so on. So this main ideological and political debate was replaced by a much simple and much direct political choice or option: freedom or slavery. This is the first thing we must deal with. The second thing, that in this way the human rights discourse somehow put aside the problems of economic and social systems and institutions and replaced the discourse to another field. Yesterday, Michael Morgan talked about a very important keyword of this historical process and development: legitimacy. Both sides struggled with problems of legitimacy. Let me introduce another keyword for this occasion, and this is justification. Somehow the social order, the social relationships, and the treatment of the citizens and the subjects of several states shall be justified. Human rights is not a legal claim, as Martin Palos said yesterday, but it is a moral claim. Human rights exist even if the positive law does not acknowledge or codify their existence. So it is a moral issue, and this moral issue is about justification. And this is the element which somehow hit the core of communist dictatorships, because they, from then on, they lost the ways how to argue, how to justify the existence of the exclusion and repression, the exclusion of their subjects from political power and the political repression and dictatorial ways of governing their citizens. And this is, I think, a key element of that story. The other key element, I think, beyond this justification problem was that the human rights discourse, on the one hand, shaped Western democracies as well, and we don't speak too much about that, but of course it shaped fundamentally not only the relationship of the power holders and their subjects in communist dictatorships, but they shaped the human rights ideas, shaped the East Central European dissidents and opposition as well. As you may know, and it changed it. As you may know, traditional anti-communism in the region was very much, extreme rightist, anti-Semite, authoritarian, autocratic, was not only hostile towards the so-called communist or Bolshevik ideas, but it was also hostile to the Western democratic values, the Western parliamentarism, the Western liberal ideas. They treated, the Romanian or the Hungarian or the Polish interwar political regimes and the mainstream political ideas refused the Western democratic and liberal ideas. And this was a problem after the Second World War. Which sort of anti-communism shall we support in Eastern Central Europe? That was an obvious question for Western leaders. But the human rights discourse completely changed this, as it was democratic, it was fighting for national independence, but it was not nationalist. It was not irredentist. It did not refer to historical claims, for example, in territorial debates. It did not raise the risk of irredentism, and this is very important for security reasons, that the West, while at the moment they identified themselves, the Western public and the Western government, with the anti-communist dissidents in Eastern Central Europe, from that moment on, they did not feel that they had to somehow import these national tensions, national conflicts, and these mutual national grievances into their own house. By adopting and supporting East Central European anti-communist movements, they don't have this kind of security risk. And I think this contributed a lot to this very successful and strange cooperation, which somehow started to come into being throughout the 80s between Eastern Central European dissident movements and the Western public and the Western states. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, András. A very good overview there, and I think this idea of human rights as a connecting language, and then the pertinent question is this still relevant today for many activists within these communities in these transnational movements? So I would like to move now to Agnieszka, who can maybe talk to some more of these contemporary issues. So, please.
Thank you very much. I actually wanted to just stand up and move to the side so you can see me and I can see you better. And I think that this would be an illustration of what happens now. I think that our experience in Poland, hosting more or less 4 million people since 2022, is about this, that people moved and took action and didn't wait for political guidance and didn't wait for instruction, but just decided to respond to human rights challenges with their bodies. Professor Sia yesterday said that we have bodies and we are fragile. And I think that our lesson about human rights and the contemporary response is this, that actually we now live in a society where people use their bodies and use their voice and use their individual power to respond to things that they find important. And I have 5 things to share with you in this short time. First is about communities. In Poland, as you know, the war in Ukraine started on Thursday, 24th of February 2022. And on Friday, everybody was in shock. On Saturday, people were kind of frozen with emotions. And then Sunday, we made plans in the foundations. And Monday, we already had first international donors discussing how we can respond. So for my foundation, it took 3-4 days to develop a response strategy and react. But we were late with these 4 days, because already on Friday, or probably Thursday evening, there were individual Poles who were at the Polish-Ukrainian border, who were providing transport, who were bringing their food and water and clothes and arriving there with their private cars to pick up people who were crossing that border after the beginning of the war. So my first lesson about human rights and contemporary approach is that people act when they believe that something is relevant, that where they feel that something affects them or touches them, or that they want to basically take a personal action. I think that the advantage of the community is that it acts fast. It acts faster than civil society organizations. Just people react very, very spontaneously. And thinking about the Polish response, we see how faster the society is as compared to the state. The first decisions, high-level decisions on introducing the special act that would give people protection, on the side of the state was taken within 2 weeks. And I remember how frustrated we are with the state that it reacts so slowly. From today's perspective, I see how quick it was, and how quick it was for the European Union to adopt, for example, a temporary protection directive. It was all unprecedented. I think that discussing this, how communities are important, this brings me back to the Helsinki spirit in a way, in a contemporary way. Because right now, I have tried to learn, before I came here, a little bit about the Finnish approach to protection. And I have learned how important this community role is, and how Finland develops its protection or defense strategies around involvement of individuals and the roles of communities, how everybody has a function, how everybody has a role, and how predictable, in a way, people are towards each other, knowing each other's place and role in the system, and everybody feels involved. I think that the second challenge that I would like to mention, first challenge, but second issue, is this kind of perception of the civil society, but how the society is. Because we were talking a lot about borders and about lines and divisions yesterday and the day before, but what I see today is these lines of divisions, or żelazna kurtyna, I don't know how to say it in English, iron curtain. Each society has its own iron curtains. I mean, somebody mentioned polarization yesterday. I think that what we are experiencing is a lot of divisions, a lot of iron curtains within our societies. And now, discussing human rights and discussing protection and security, we are actually addressing a situation where it is not a matter of dividing ourselves or protecting ourselves from some kind of abstract or alien or foreign or distant danger. We are talking about a situation where threat can be next door. And I think that the approach and search for security now means something completely different than it used to. Yesterday also narratives were mentioned, and one of the speakers mentioned that narratives are relevant and actions are. I would disagree. We have seen in our Polish context how narratives shapes behaviors, and how narratives can affect people's reactions and actions and emotions and feelings and well-being. And we see that narratives are important. Moreover, we see that how narratives are manipulated, how often cyber attacks and fake news affect what we think about reality, what we know reality, also how we think and how we perceive other people. So we see how many challenges there are right now for people, old and young, on making their own mind about things, about what life is like and what others are like. And this has a very significant impact on how we relate to each other and in result, how secure we are. Next, my concept that I would like to bring up is a process. Also, it was mentioned yesterday that thinking about security, we need to think ahead and think how we change as a society and what kind of new phenomena come up and where this security, protection or safety is fragile. I am now hiring more or less 75 people. Half of them are Ukrainians, half of them are Polish. I also have few other people and few other nationalities. And I see how much the society changes and how young people have different expectations from states, how differently they see their role in the society as compared to my own generation. And I'm older than the Final Act, unfortunately. So it is important how young people think. I was checking also suicidal rates recently, because we had this discussion briefly with one of the speakers that this is an issue, mental health and emotional stability of people within societies right now. And I was astonished to find that actually the suicide rate in Poland drops, but still it's almost 5,000 people a year that take their life. I know that in the Nordic countries the phenomenon is higher, but then the numbers in Finland are much lower. It's 700 a year or something like this. But what we see in our everyday work with migrants, with Poles, with younger generation, older generation, is that people are somehow shaking. Our emotional state as a society is not stable, it's not secure. Everybody feels moved. Fear was mentioned here, and this kind of playing on emotions and fears right now is very strong, and it affects how people live or how people build their relationships. And finally, I would like to talk about how fragile we are. And my final word, that relying on each other, we have to also know our limitations. And developing security is about developing our own personal stability and our own personal strength. And when we think about our individual role in being secure to others or being safe to others, I guess that like in everywhere else, we have to look inside and think about who we are and what we have to offer to the world. And actually, every change in the world starts from everybody on a personal level. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka. I think this was a very good kind of juxtaposition to see the changes that we're thinking about and discussing, and also the perspective to the future. So to follow up on this, I'd like to welcome Maria now, who works with museums, memory, youth, and kind of thinking about some of these ideas as well as how do we remember some of these aspects that we've been talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you. So, of course, I'm going to have to bring you back some 25 years before the Helsinki Final Act to reach the point where we are today at the museum and memory work. So, the Helsinki Final Act marked a turning point where security included freedom of thought, conscience, and memory. But the situation in Romania at the end of the 40s were very different. Pitesti prison, the place where I'm coming from, was one of the most extreme examples of repression in communist Europe. Where state security was enforced by annihilating individual freedom and conscience. The prison became infamous for being the place where the Pitesti phenomenon or the Pitesti experiment happened. Anti-communist students were tortured systematically in order to denounce their own anti-communist activity as well as their acquaintances. They were also forced to dissociate themselves from their families, from their friends, and all moral values. And in the end, in order to prove that they had truly become new individuals, they were asked to become aggressors to other victims. This sinister action took place in Pitesti between 1949 and 1951, but actually it spread to other penitentiaries starting 1950. The main goal of the violence was to obtain information for the secret police to continue arresting other anti-communists, but also to destroy their personalities and make them incapable of later opposing the communist regime. In communist Romania, practices of security were justified through a warped understanding of state security. In reality, the secret police called Securitate, which can be translated as security, was protecting the state, not the people, as its full name suggested. In fact, Securitate was tasked with annihilating all attempt to contest the regime and was also called the Iron Fist of the Communist Party. So state-imposed security, of course, often came at the direct cost of human rights and freedom of expression. And the Helsinki Final Act challenged this logic by introducing a comprehensive human-centered idea of security, but its consequences were not so much felt in Romania. In fact, communist authorities used, and we talked about it yesterday, the non-intervention clause to actually protect itself against all contestants of the regime from outside. Though the physical repression continued at lower intensity during Ceausescu's regime after '65, human rights were still consistently violated in Romania. Moreover, even after 1975 and the Helsinki Final Act, the level of control by the secret police and the obsession of the regime concerning possible actions that may harm the state apparatus were not declining. Those scars, we had some notable human rights movements in Romania after 1975. And of course, inspired by the Charter 77, we had the Paul Goma movement. A lot of people joined throughout the years this movement, and it was very well known in the West. Paul Goma was actually arrested later on and released at the pressure of Romanians abroad and the democratic countries. We had a very big revolt of miners at the Jiu Valley in Romania in 1977. More than 30,000 people participated, but still some of the important leaders, some thousands of people were forcibly displaced, and they were continuously controlled by the secret police afterwards. Also, a notable one, the revolt of workers, but also citizens from Brașov city in 1987. Of course, these people were arrested. So many of them were convicted, forcibly displaced. Again, the secret police used a lot of violence in the investigations, and this reminded us of the methods used by the secret police in the 50s at the height of the repression. But most reactions from the Romanian society came from very courageous individual voices, not from groups, actually. It was very difficult for groups to act in Romania because the secret police was totally controlling the society. We had voices of, for example, survivor of Pitesti phenomenon, Father Gheorghe Calciu, who later on again was arrested, and he was released at the pressure of the US president. And we have also Gabriel Andrescu. He's going to speak today at one of the panels later on at the international conference. Now, we have initiatives like Pitesti Prison Memorial or the Museum of Communists for Children, but these are usually all initiatives in this direction are private in Romania. The state has institutions, but not much. Most civic platforms and NGOs are fighting for the subject of human rights during communist times and communist repression. And though the spirit of Helsinki didn't really reach Romania during the communist era, I think now is the chance for us to act. And you've seen the elections in Romania. Of course, we had a lot of divide as well, like other countries like Poland. But I think it's, for the first time, we might be inclined to take on the offer of transnational cooperation on human rights and start digging deeper at what happened during communism, because the young generation is more willing to look through what happened during communist era and take action, because now they understand that their role is important in the society, and they're starting to wake up to what it means to be a young citizen in Romania. And I think people 18 to 24 are the most willing to actually get involved and take on the challenges, but also learn from the past and maybe take on the Helsinki spirit.
Thank you, Maria. I think that was a good bridge, thinking about perceptions of the past and kind of who are the new actors in providing these discussions about security and society, and how understandings of the past can be significant for this. So thank you. Now, to kind of sum up all of these ideas, I think Doug Wake will offer a good perspective from his work as well as his understanding of the CSE and OSCE. Please, Doug.
Thank you, Bradley. It's great to be in Helsinki to be talking about these issues. And it's a challenge to speak after so many very inspiring and interesting discussion from the other speakers. But I'll try to take this primarily from a practitioner's perspective, as someone who's been involved in the Helsinki process, not from the very beginning, but from the 1980s, both as a diplomat and working within the OSCE. And first, I'd like to take kind of three key elements of the Helsinki Final Act that have been mentioned many times already, and just briefly highlight them. Then I'd like to move into some of the consequences of the Helsinki Final Act and the process that it launched, particularly focusing on some of the consequences that maybe were not intended in 1975, that have reflected developments that no one could have predicted at that time, and briefly maybe say a little bit about the present day and future prospects. So on the Helsinki Final Act, much has already been said about what it means for security, contrasting, as Maria did, with the concept of securitate as understood in too many societies as something that states use to protect themselves against the dynamism and activism and wishes of citizens. The comprehensive concept of security that was adopted in the Helsinki Final Act wasn't totally new. As was mentioned in the very first presentation in this conference, we had the United Nations Charter. We had the United Nations Declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, both of which included most of the concepts that are already in the Helsinki Final Act, including human rights, including in the case of the Universal Declaration, even something that goes beyond the Helsinki Final Act in terms of elections and democracy. But what was unique, I think, and special about what happened here in Helsinki, first of all, was the fact that it was adopted with the active engagement, visible, high-level participation of the leaders of what we call this space from Vancouver to Vladivostok, of the leaders of North America, Europe, and Eurasia, and that it was done in a way where security was a headline along with cooperation, and all the principles were deemed to be equal, which is not necessarily the same way one would always read the UN Charter or the Universal Declaration. So I think that was important. There are two other important aspects I'd like to mention of the Helsinki Final Act, both of which I can thank Professor Winkler for already mentioning, and I'll just highlight them because they relate to some of the things I want to say in the rest of my remarks. One is the importance of establishing a follow-up process. The fact that this wasn't just a declaration. This wasn't just a document that leaders came together, signed, and then put on the shelf. They agreed that there would be a series of follow-up meetings. They did not agree on setting up a formal structure or an organization at the time, but they agreed that we'll get together again. And then I'll say in a few moments why I think that was particularly important, including the fact that the agreement to follow up included review of implementation. And the other element, besides follow-up and implementation review, that has already been mentioned, is that the Final Act, and it was in Principle 7, the one that relates to human rights, specifically highlighted the right of the individual to know and act upon the rights that were in that document. The right to know and act upon your human rights. And if we now move from what's in the Final Act to consequences, as I said, many of them unintended, perhaps, I would start with the way that follow-up and implementation review and the right to know and act upon your human rights led to something that's also been mentioned by many speakers over the course of the last 36 hours, and that is the engagement, the activism of civil society, particularly Helsinki monitors in the Soviet Union and other states of the Warsaw Pact, who took their leaders' word at face value and said, you agreed to something, you agreed to a follow-up process where we're going to be able to look at how it's implemented, and we are going to document the gaps between performance and promises. And this becomes extremely important. It becomes extremely tragic in the case of some people who were arrested, sentenced to long prison and labor camp sentences, some of whom died. But it also kept the focus, the spotlight on the part of security that was promised in Helsinki that didn't have to do with what Securitate did only, but also what its impact was on citizens of Romania or the Soviet Union or or other places in the what was then the CSE area. Another unintended consequence, I would argue, of the follow-up process that was mandated by Helsinki was that it created an enormous imperative for future meetings to somehow be, and I'll put it in quotation marks, successful. You had to finish the next meeting with an agreement on something. It didn't work very well in Belgrade in the late 1970s, but there was still agreement to keep the process going, to have another set of meetings, and that already is important. But when we got to Madrid and we got to Vienna, a meeting I participated in the mid to late 1980s, and then if we look at what's happened subsequently with the Paris Charter adopted in 1990, when the CSCE process led to a series of meetings, there was also an imperative to move forward, to look for new commitments, to look at areas that perhaps had not been addressed in Helsinki that also involved this comprehensive concept of security. And I would highlight here a couple of things. I mentioned that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights already mentioned democracy and elections. The Helsinki Final Act did not. But by 1991, as a result of the changes that were taking place, primarily in the Soviet Union, but elsewhere in this OSCE, CSE area, it was possible in Copenhagen in 1990 to agree not just that democratic elections are the basis of government, but on very specific, detailed provisions about what democratic elections look like in terms of their transparency, in terms of equality of opportunity, and so on. And this was replicated in other areas, not just in the so-called human dimension, but also in the economic and environmental dimension, and of course in hard security relating to military confidence and security building measures. There was always an imperative, there was always a push to see if there would be common ground among players that were not always agreeing with each other, even in the most golden days of the late 1980s and early 1990s. But common ground was found, agreements were reached by consensus, and that has some sticking value, one would hope. The last thing that was probably not intended in Helsinki that I would highlight that dramatically changed the picture for many people, personally for me, in terms of the OSCE area, I would say for many, is that what had been a process, which had been a series of meetings, opened up the opportunity to set up actual structures, to eventually create an OSCE, not a CSCE, an organization for security and cooperation in Europe. The immediate imperative for this was more than anything else, I would say, the changes taking place in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union in the late 1980s and early 90s, on a positive level, including things like elections in Poland, which led Poland to volunteer to have the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights based there, but also the tragic developments in the former Yugoslavia, which led the OSCE, first the CSE, then the OSCE, to establish field operations to help first with stabilization processes, then for post-conflict democratization and institution building processes. Because time is short, I'll say one more thing about the development of those structures. They're under a lot of stress now, and the pressures of budget and failure of states to agree on many things puts them in strain, but they are still working, and there are still very incredibly dedicated people serving the OSCE participating states in those field operations and institutions like ODIHR. Tragically, 3 of those people are still detained by the Russian Federation because of the work they were doing in eastern Ukraine, and that's a major scandal that needs to be addressed. And since time is short, looking at the present and the future, what I will say is, of course, there is enormous disappointment among civil society, rightly so, and among many countries in the OSCE area about the fact that others are doing a very poor job at implementing those commitments that were agreed. The key headline is Russian aggression against Ukraine, but that's only one of many violations of OSCE, CSCE principles that are taking place in the OSCE area. And I have to point to my own country, the United States, where many of the developments of the past 6 months point in the direction of ignoring or violating CSCE and OSCE commitments. On a positive side, I'll go back to what Michael Morgan said yesterday about crises sometimes leading to opportunities, and just leave open the question about how we can all use these opportunities that may be created by the current situation to build for a better future in the next 50 years.
Great. Thank you, Doug. I think that does a very good job summing up, and this idea, too, that it's a process and the OSCE still exists based on this foundation of states coming together and including now civil society to discuss what are these issues of security. I think I at least know for the Finnish chairpersonship, the issues of environment and cybersecurity have been two new issues that we're not necessarily discussing because we're focusing on the history a lot, and that are issues that are more pressing for contemporary societies with regard to security and human rights. So we will now open the floor for questions, but while people think of their questions, I'll ask one question to the panel, and then we will take questions from the audience. So the idea going off of this last presentation and some of this ideas here is, if human rights was the language that connected various different people, inspired different activists to kind of think about their societies differently, what would you say, can you say if there is a new pressing issue in your field of work today? How do people you work with think about security, and is it specifically this human rights language that's important, or is there something different, something new, how they think about the past or the present? And also feel free to comment on other presentations. Yes, please.
Yeah, I would say the problem is that after 1990, one thing came to the forefront which wasn't realized so much before, that the element of nationalism. The element of nationalism, especially in Eastern and Central Europe, which was in a way natural, because after communism had gone, there was sort of, that was what people went back to, and I think you said during the communist time, it was these contrasts were got over by this human rights discourse.
I didn't say it was got over. Well, temporarily.
That's right.
It was lifted.
Yes, but after the communist domination had gone, these conflicts were free to break out. I think that's a main source of the problem nowadays.
You have a response?
I agree. So just to avoid misunderstanding, I did not say that human rights discourse solved all of these problems. And when I said that it was an integrating idea, it started to fall apart very early after the political transitions. It turned out that not everybody shared the same values, and I might illustrate it with the story of the Hungarian Helsinki Committee itself after the political transitions, but I don't want to go into these details. It fell apart in the first years, and it had to be reestablished after a few years of the regime change in 1994. some former participants who were involved in the original Hungarian Helsinki Committee. But anyway, what I wanted to add still, that it was a security issue in the 80s. As I said, the West did not want to import national tensions and conflicts by supporting anti-communist resistance. And this dominance of human rights discourse among East Central European dissidents, including nationalists and populists, who used the same language in those days, somehow convinced the West that there is no risk anymore, because the democratic dedication cannot be questioned anymore. And the region or the opposition, as Michael Morgan said, that the Helsinki Final Act somehow set forth the future model for post-communist times. That was the vision, and that was partly true for a time being in those days. Let me just refer to what Douglas said about the Yugoslav conflict. What we could see that in countries where the human rights discourse was a dominant and prevailing discourse of the opposition, in Poland, in Czechoslovakia, in Hungary, and in a lesser part even in Romania, the political transition was much smoother and did not lead to ethnic conflicts and civil wars, as it did in the case of Yugoslavia or in the case of many post-Soviet countries. It's again, I think, another evidence that human rights discourse and security is very closely attached to each other. And my final comment to this original question would be that we must not forget the lesson of George Kennan and his long telegram, that the internal political structure, the internal political institutions, and the domestic political ideas which justify a certain political authoritarianism, or these have a determining force from the actor's behavior or international field. And that's how he found the sources of Soviet conduct. That we cannot treat the Soviet Union as a normal great power because its internal structure and internal ideology predetermines the system to be expansive and aggressive in the outside world. And in a certain sense, that's what we can see in Putin's Russia. In many respects, it's a sort of continuation with under other banners and under other ideological slogans, but still a denial, hostility against democratic institutions, against human rights, against deeply anti-Western political ideology, and the consciousness of a kind of moral mission and moral superiority over the other parts of the world. And this composition is a very dangerous one.
Thank you, András. Any other comments from the panel? Maria, would you like to go first?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the situation, for example, with the young people in Romania, because we work with younger people below 35. So in Romania, the concept of security was completely redefined during the communist era, and we can see in Pitesti experiment that it was very violently done so. So it's not easy for a society, I guess, to recover from this redefinition of security. Of course, for the younger generation, just like in the spirit of Helsinki and the consequences in Romania after 75, for a lot of young people today, security also means the freedom to move around and look for this security elsewhere. In Romania, the discussion on the war in Ukraine didn't really reach the large number of the public during the elections and the campaign. So I wouldn't say it's such an important subject, even though it affects our security. But we get this a lot at the museum. People are impressed and are emotional when they learn about what it means when everything you have, everything you are, is attacked. Your personal identity, because there was a discussion earlier about identity, everything was clearly targeted by the communists in Pitesti prison and in the country overall. So a lot of the young people take from the example of the victims of Pitesti experiment, for example, and they learn from this experience. And actually, they also repair the situation. We have a lot of examples and workshops where young people are encouraged to write a letter to the family of a former political prisoner from Pitesti. Usually families would write a lot of letters to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and they would receive this very short and dry answer. Your son is in a prison in Romania and executing his punishment somewhere. So they wouldn't know where to send packages with food or how to contact the person. They didn't even know if he was still alive. And in some cases, the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent this reply, but the person was already dead. So now young people write letters, and they are so much involved in writing with empathy. And I think this is the key for the society today. So they're trying to make this reparation, and they're going through this healing process, and it's still ongoing in Romania. And I think it will still take a long time, but then we also don't have time because of the situation at our borders, actually. So I think the security today, it's still not very clear for the Romanian society. And maybe we need to fasten our pace and get to understand what security means so that we can protect it and have it.
Great, thank you. Doug, should we go down the line?
Almost a one-word answer to your question about what needs to be looked at more in the future, and that's technology and security. So the way in which the changes that have taken place, not just since 1975, but even very rapidly in recent years, affect everything from elections in Romania to the ability to develop confidence in security building measures among militaries who used to just count tanks and now are worried about whether small drones are going to come out of boxes that are delivered to their territory. These are things which have many dimensions, and I don't want to minimize what OSCE bodies are already doing to look at the impact of technology on trafficking in persons, to look at how technology is used both to violate and in some cases to support human rights activists. But if there's a broad area for lots of future work, it's the relationship of technology to security and human rights.
Thank you. Yeah, Agnieszka.
Thank you very much for saying this. I'm delighted you said that. I would be more even specific, and I would quote artificial intelligence as a new challenge. And I see, working with also young people, how often they develop relationships with fake identities that are made by AI, or how much they learn from technology in general, blurring the understanding what is real, what is not real. An increasing number of people function solely within this technological world without relation to reality, and without interest in history, and without any understanding what are the facts and which are not. And I guess that this is a very big difficulty in really learning lessons from the past and understanding, like, what is the world that we live in. But the second notion I would like to bring in is developing communities. I think that in my working or running an organization that is helping refugees and migrants, we see how difficult it is to create a sense of safety and closeness with people that have different backgrounds. And I see how increasingly our societies are diverse and how really hard it is for people to overcome this otherness or distance to people that have a different background, different life experience, different skill color, different background in many senses, and how complex it is to develop a new community that is diverse but feels a community nevertheless, and how much we are lacking. Even looking back at this Ukrainian response experience that we had, it is a challenge and it is difficult to have this feeling of interdependence and trust in your neighbors when they have just moved in. And I guess that this is a big challenge for us to develop a new way and dedicate more effort into developing communities and cities, towns, villages that feel secure even though they are diverse.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think a good point that came up too is the OSCE attempting to address many of these concerns through the High Commissioner for National Minorities as one of the ongoing processes. And I think the point that Doug brought up too is human rights, can it be transitioned, that language, for discussing human rights in technology? And so that's a prescient issue. So I'd now like to open the floor to questions. So I see this gentleman in the front. Do we have a microphone? And anyone else who would like to ask a question can raise their hand and I will make a list.
Yes, excuse me.
Please.
Okay, thank you for the very interesting discussion. So, but I have a question which is related to the topic. It's Gaza. So the lack of food and medicine in Gaza, genocide question mark. For example, one boat brought food and medical supplies was just taken over the Israel military, and activist Greta Thunberg was in the crew, part of the crew, and she was kicked out. Okay. What would, if EU would coordinate 30 or 40 boats to bring food and medicine to Gaza, and the boats could be guarded by EU coastal guard boats or Navy, what would Israel do? What would US do? Is it possible, and is it possible to even discuss about the topic, or is it too sensitive?
Okay. So would anyone on the panel like to respond to this question on Gaza? I think this is a broader question on kind of thinking about human rights through the Helsinki process in a global context. So is this something that's restricted to Europe, or how do we talk about these issues more globally, and how do they then influence the European discussion? Agnieszka, yeah.
Can I just share a personal experience with you? Because yesterday one of the speakers mentioned in these turbo presentations that the world is silent about atrocities, and it is silent also about Gaza. Gaza was specifically mentioned. And I realized I am silent. And yesterday I missed the concert, but I both posted a Facebook post about this, why I'm silent and how difficult it is to take a voice. And overnight I think I got some 80 or 90 comments. What these comments say is that people look for a way to take a voice because they don't know how. I think that this Greta boat is an example how citizens act when states don't act, because it's been quite a long time that the Gaza situation was developing. It's one of the comments I have received is that we should not talk about 7th of October when the Hamas attack took place, which resulted in the current state of affairs, but about decades of the situation that is not being addressed by the big actors that you have just mentioned. What I wanted to share with you also is where I put hope is these personal relations of individuals. I take part in a dialogue where a women rabbi is together with Moa and with Muslim colleagues, and they are able to discuss. And they are able to talk about Gaza and present their perspective. So I think that if individual folks are able to talk about a conflict that touches them personally, I would expect states to be able to do the same.
Any other comments from the panel? András.
Well, I think it's on the one hand clear and obvious that that deprivation of a people from food and medicine, or attempts of ethnic cleansing and total destruction, is absolutely unacceptable. And we must raise our voice against such practices. But on the other hand, I was a very young child when I first heard about the conflicts of Middle East and the Israeli-Palestine conflicts in Budapest. And I grew up in this atmosphere, and I hear every week about not only incidents and acts and counteracts, but also various attempts to somehow solve this problem. And as a historian, I would say that the whole thing went wrong sometimes 30 years ago when Ishak Rabin was killed by an extremist Jewish assassin. And from then on, both Palestine, or the Palestinian political elite, and the Israeli political elite are going towards a very, very wrong direction. And the third thing, it is very hard to negotiate and come into terms with an adversary or with an enemy who is willing to sacrifice everything, even the well-being of their own people, for fanatic, ideological, religious, or whatever reasons, and fundamental hatred within their political, character. And this is so. It is very difficult to make a deal with it. With such an enemy or such an adversary. So I don't see any quick solution for the problem. Of course, the delivery of foods and medicines should be done in this or that way.
Still, yesterday we heard that the Final Act took place 5 years after Czechoslovakia. So I think that even in the most hopeless situation, there's always some possibility and some future.
Go ahead.
I don't want to address this issue, but if there aren't any other questions from the audience, I would like to make a short statement on OSCE, which you addressed. Isn't it curious that during the Cold War, and especially at the end of the Cold War, it was the high time of CSCE. They were really sort of making progress. And after the Cold War, when one thought everything would work out in sort of the Western way, and OSCE was established as an institution, especially to also to maintain peace. At the first moment when it came to the crunch in Yugoslavia, OSCE failed. I mean, it had no power to sort of bring back peace. So I'm a bit curious, and now sort of OSCE has popped up again during the Ukrainian war because of the observers who are, especially the Ukrainian war starting from 2014 to 22, where sort of there were OSCE observers who looked if the armistice was kept or not. That was fair enough, but all in all, what is OSCE? What is the function of OSCE nowadays if it fails in this large issue of maintaining peace?
I have responses, but I think Doug looks like he has some comments as well.
I'll comment as it seemed the questions might partly have been addressed to me as someone who's been inside the organization quite a bit. But I'm also interested in Bradley's perspective, particularly because I think part of the answer requires not just a practitioner, but an academic analysis of what multilateral organizations can do and what they can't do. And I think that the root of the answer to your question is that multilateral organizations can do what the states that created them will allow them to do. Under different modalities, different circumstances, whether it's a majority vote or it's a vote with a veto, or in the case of the OSCE, only things that have been agreed by consensus. So my positive notes about the OSCE would relate in particular to things where consensus has already been reached, often in better times, like establishing effective election observation technology, methodology, and commitments to invite those election observers to appear on the ground, like working collaboratively to address evils like trafficking in persons or create positive avenues for things like more economic connectivity in Central Asia. And when the participating states are deeply divided as states, it becomes much more difficult. So what was possible in 2014 after the outbreak of the initial war and the so-called annexation of Crimea was a certain set of modalities for observers, unarmed, without power to stop an aggressive force that decided it was going to, again, use military power. And that's kind of the way that I see not just OSCE, but multilateral organizations still in 2025 as tools of states that reflect Westphalian 17th century models. Yes, with involvement of civil society, yes, with greater involvement of other non-governmental forces like businesses, but ultimately only when states can use those tools effectively because they agree on some modicum of common ground.
Yeah, thanks. Anybody else want to comment on this?
I just wanted to say that when the question came, there was genocide question mark. Of course, I think we should erase the question mark, and I think there's no more discussion on if it's a genocide or not, because it is. But then the question is, what can we do about it? And it's not the only place in the world it's happening, and then we can expand it to so many other places where these things are happening. So yeah, I would just say that maybe we should start by recognizing what is happening there first.
Thank you very much for this comment. I also wanted to mention the financial dimension of international organizations, because we are just freshly after experience of the American administration dismantling the humanitarian system. And the cuts that were made from day to day really left in weakness and in limbo a lot of international actors and international organizations. And I guess that this is very concerning how the situation actually developed, because if US was funding half of the humanitarian global budget, withdrawal of one actor really makes or leaves a gap that cannot be filled. And now I think that the new challenge right now, thinking about human rights from that perspective of humanitarian aid, we are in a crisis, and a lot of people are suffering, and withdrawal of US funding leaves really millions of people with no food and with no protection, with no medicine and other essential support. So I think that searching for some new format of international organizations that are more balanced in terms of resources also is a contemporary challenge.
Yeah, I think this is a very good point that Doug brought up as well, as specifically the 90s is a period of hope in multilateralism. And if we think about the Yugoslav case, we should also remember that the EU failed. And there was a larger discussion of how multilateralism could respond to these conflicts in Europe and around the world. And we should also remember, I think, that the OSCE was very valuable after the Dayton Accords for implementing a lot of the pieces of the peace agreement that NATO could not. So that's a larger piece as well, as when we think about these discussions about security and institutionalization, I don't know if necessarily any one institution can solve all of the problems. And so they all, in theory, should cooperate. But I think now, as we ended the conversation, we might be entering a new era where funding for human rights and democracy support internationally is declining. I think the EU has also said that they will decrease their support for democracy support abroad. And this is a larger trend. So thinking about this is how do we go about supporting these issues if there is less of this state, civil society, individual cooperation and I think this is, if anybody has any last points that they would like to wrap up from the panel. Yeah, so do we have any comments from the audience? Okay, but I think this was a very nice panel, and I think we had good comments here on the difficulties of security today in relation to human rights and how it's progressed over time, how we remember it, and how it can be useful in building these new societies. So please join me in thanking our panel.
everybody, and we'll start this session at 11. So the session this morning is entitled Courage, Bravery and Leadership, Dialogue Then and Now. So my name is Barbara Walsh, and it's my pleasure to be here in Helsinki with all of you today. And for the last 2 days, I've been listening intently to a range of different discussions. As you probably can tell from my accent, I'm not Polish, even though I work with the European network Remembrance and Solidarity. I'm Irish. And so I've learned a lot. I've been working with ENRS for the past 14 months. So for me, it's been a great experience and a great insight into Central and Eastern Europe and a whole range of different perspectives and insight around that. So today we're going to talk about, the panel is going to talk about leadership. So there has been an enormous amount written about leadership, what it is, what it's not. It's debated, it's discussed, it's disputed. There are enormous names for different types of leadership. So there's servant leadership, transformative leadership, directive leadership. And I suppose the core element of leadership is that indeed it requires a certain amount of courage and bravery. And so there are many around the world, in the globalized world and in the very media-driven world that we have, who say that they have the only kind of leadership. So we're very fortunate this morning that we have a number of leaders from a number of different countries that are here to share their experiences in a range of different areas. Some of them living and working in contentious and difficult regions. Some that are working in the whole area of democracy, how to make it more meaningful, particularly maybe to younger people, to be more engaged in a democracy, because as we know, that's under threat at the moment, and it's being diminished in many different areas with the movement towards authoritarianism. So the other word that's increasingly used is the word dialogue. So I'm hearing that coming from a range of different areas, and sometimes people talk about dialogue as if it's debate or discussion, and it can be an element of dialogue, but dialogue in a way is the capacity to be able to actively listen to what it is that people are saying. Not just listen to respond immediately, which a lot of us have a habit of doing, but that we really try and step into the shoes of the others so that we understand where people are coming from. So we'll talk a little about that as well this morning. Just in Warsaw about a month ago, there was a documentary film festival. So I went to see a documentary that was on the Helsinki Agreement. So it was a very strange experience and wonderful, I have to say, to see it, and then to be here in Helsinki to actually be in Finlandia Hall yesterday to just see that. But I think what struck me from the documentary, of course it was in wonderful black and white, but there were so few women there in that event. It was just a sea of men from different countries. And I suppose what struck me about watching that was the amount of relationships that must have developed during that period of time, that people got an opportunity to get to know people from different countries they would never have had an opportunity to meet, and the connections that were made, and the points that were made here this morning about the importance of follow-up and revisions and the patience and the perseverance that it took to embed that system over time. So I'm not going to say any more. So this morning, I just want to introduce our participants. So the first speaker this morning will be Matthew Batter from the organisation For Your Freedom and Mine, based in Belfast, Northern Ireland. The second one is Eva Kesnulati from Democracy Next in Vilnius in Lithuania. The third one is Ville Kivimäki from the Finnish Literature Society based here in Helsinki, 500 meters up the road, he tells me. Joanna Matera from the New Community Foundation that's based in Warsaw in Poland. And Joan and Mairead McCann from Ireland, from the Atlantic Technological University in Sligo in the northeast of Ireland. So without further ado, I will invite Maciej to stand or sit and talk to us about your freedom and ours.
Thank you very much, Barbara. To start with, I just would like to say thank you very much to the European Network for having me in Helsinki. Usually I work in a slightly different capacity and I'm addressing slightly different crowds, so it's a huge privilege and honor to be here and to talk about For Your Freedom and Ours. Can I ask about the presentation, please? My question to the crowd, how many of you know what is happening or know the history of Northern Ireland? Quite a few. Thank you very much, because I don't think I would have enough time to explain you how complex and difficult situation in Northern Ireland is in 8 minutes, so I can actually dive into my presentation. This is me. This is me in 1985 in Poland, living in communist Poland. And trust me, I'm not showing this image to you to show you how cute I was as a child. This was me in 1985. It was the height of the troubles in Northern Ireland. In this image, I'm young. I have no knowledge about the world. I'm very naive. But I also like to discover things. And I think this approach helped me immensely when I actually arrived to Northern Ireland in 2004. Northern Ireland was going through a very difficult period called the Troubles, where two indigenous communities were fighting against each other. And I think, many people in the world think that the conflict in Northern Ireland is based on religion. In my experience is that this conflict is more tribal than based on religion. The situation in Northern Ireland is divided until today. We basically have divided schooling system. We have neighborhoods that are predominantly Republican or predominantly Protestant. If you're building a leisure center in the Protestant area, you're going to have to build another one in the Catholic area, and they might be actually maybe half a mile away from each other. But you have to basically focus on both communities same time. And this mural would actually explain you what Northern Ireland is today. Prepared for peace, ready for war. Northern Ireland is still having a large influence coming from paramilitary groups. And I think that the situation is stable in Northern Ireland, although it's yet far from being perfect. Northern Ireland, as I mentioned, is divided, and this is actually the election from 2022 showing you that Northern Ireland is also divided politically. To actually establish a parliament in Northern Ireland, you have to have what is called a power sharing, which is actually a collaboration of a loyalist and a Republican Party. This is, in my opinion, having a huge impact on Northern Ireland because people in Northern Ireland vote historically. They don't vote on policies, they vote rather green and orange because they're coming from certain areas and they might have certain personal affiliations to the party, to the people, and to the concept of how they want Northern Ireland or North of Ireland to look in the future. In 2004, after Poland joined the European Union, there was a huge influx of Polish people coming to Northern Ireland. Between 2004 and 2009, there was up to 60,000 Polish, what we were called migrant workers, coming to that part of the United Kingdom, mainly to seek better life and employment for employment opportunities. We were the first largest migration that came to Northern Ireland shortly after the Good Friday Agreement that was being signed in 1998. And as you can imagine, we basically went to Northern Ireland when the situation was still very unstable, and we appeared in greater numbers overnight. No one was expecting, from both local communities to see such a big migration coming to Northern Ireland, and very little, Polish people knew what Northern Ireland is about. We could have basic knowledge about the conflict. My knowledge was coming, mainly from my grandmother, who said to me, "Don't go, they're gonna kill you." Because her knowledge of Northern Ireland was solely based on what she could hear from the media at the time of the Troubles. And I think we also came to Northern Ireland for a short period of time. I meant to be there for 3 months, and it's been 21 years. So I think this approach actually didn't allow us to fully integrate from day one. And also some of the local community leaders or people affiliated with paramilitary organizations, when they discovered that Poles are coming from the country that is in over 80%, 90% Roman Catholic, they thought we were going to become Republicans, and we came to Northern Ireland to support the other side of the conflict. On top of that, we were actually staying in Protestant areas because accommodation was widely available. It was very little accommodation available in the Catholic areas of Belfast or Northern Ireland in general. And between 2004 and 2012, a number of situations appeared in Northern Ireland. I can mention actually one of the most significant in 2009, after the football match between Poland and Northern Ireland. By the way, we lost 3-1, which was actually enough. Polish hooligans clashed with like-minded local hooligans from Northern Ireland, and they left. After 48 hours from the football match, over 300 Polish houses were being attacked in east, north of Belfast, as well as other parts of Northern Ireland. Another situation that was actually quite controversial was taking place in 2012, where a number of Polish flags were being put on bonfires on the 11th night. And basically, if you know something about Northern Ireland, you understand that what is on bonfire, it would actually explain the approach of the community to the topic. Historically, you would find tricolor flags, which are the flags of Republic of Ireland, and posters of Irish politicians on the bonfires that were being later on burned during the celebration. And when we saw the Polish flag, this was enough for us to actually take actions, because this was a very disturbing signal that now this pattern could actually spread across the country, and now we could be targeted for being Polish people. So basically, me being in charge of the Polish Association, I decided to criticize this action. And what we would say today, my statement went viral. I was basically interviewed by media from Europe, but also the US, Russia, media across the world. And I think this didn't light okay with some of the groups who were putting Polish flags on the bonfires. Shortly after, I was being asked by PSNI, which is local police service, to actually maybe leave Northern Ireland, because it would be much safer for me to stay outside of Northern Ireland. They basically continue living in the country. Although I decided to stay. And it took me actually a while to start thinking how I can actually turn this around, how I can turn this upside down, how I can make the relationship based on something that is more tangible. At that stage, there was 15 military graves of the Polish airmen from the Second World War in Northern Ireland. And I started to build the whole relationship on shared history, because I thought this might be a really good start and beginning of the debate or conversation or dialogue about us being part of Northern Ireland and not being part of certain community group. So basically, I started thinking about how I can structure the whole program, and I come up with an idea of building this on 4 S's. Shared history, which is actually a platform to start the debate or discussion and education. Shared space, which was, in my case, Northern Ireland, because we're going to share it. If you like it or not, we are here and we're going to stay for longer than 3 months. Shared community, because we really wanted to be part of all the communities in Northern Ireland, not to be affiliated with one side of the conflict, in shared future, because this is the goal that I wanted to achieve and make sure that Polish people would live peacefully in this part of the world. And basically, I'm not a historian. I think I can describe myself as a storyteller, or maybe as an educator. So it took me a while to actually get access to the research, to proper information. And you know yourself that if you based your project on history, you want to have facts as accurate as possible. You don't want to use history to basically, confront people. You just want to base everything on facts to make sure that people can understand what's been happening in the past and where the connection is coming from. And I think the biggest problem I had was basically to work with historians. They at the beginning didn't want to work with me. They couldn't understand the concept of the program. And also it took me a while to actually build relationship. And I have to do it on baby steps. I had to share my information because I was running my own research. And I think after a while, when they saw the scale of the program, they kind of started sending me information, sharing their data, sharing all the information they have, which was actually very helpful. And because at the beginning we didn't have any research, we decided that we will start working with local groups, like local museums or Ulster Aviation Society, which is the aviation museum in Northern Ireland, because they had resources, and we could use and we could access those resources free of charge, which was actually a massive help at the beginning. In terms of delivery, I tried to build this project on storytelling. And if you spend some time in Ireland, you know that storytelling is actually one of the fundamental parts of the local culture. If you're a good storyteller, you're into something. If you don't know how to tell the story, no one would like to listen to you. So trust me, I try to shape my skills by telling the story of the Polish pilots in local pubs. If you go to the pub, if you tell a good story, you're going to get a free pint. I think, maybe it was because I tried to train my skills, but also because I really like to get a free pint of Guinness, right? But it helped me to understand that the way I'm trying to approach it would be actually suitable for the crowd I decided to work with. And also, I don't really want to base, I didn't want to base the story on dry facts like dates or surnames. It's more about the human story of the Polish pilots, what was happening to them, how they ended up in Northern Ireland, what they were involved in, and how they basically reacted to the aftermath of the Second World War, which unfortunately it wasn't ideal for Poland. And basically, as a part of this project, we not only ran a 6 weeks educational program in Northern Ireland, but we also tried to take groups to Poland. We were fortunate to take over 300 people from Northern Ireland to Poland, so they can not only visit historical locations in Poland, and I truly believe that case study is something that can open and broaden your perspective immensely, but they can also see how Poland developed itself from being a post-conflict country, post-communist country, to being one of the thriving economies in Europe. And I think this is also the lesson for people in Northern Ireland, that moving forward is doable. It's actually achievable, and Poland can be one of the greatest examples of this in Europe. We also, we needed to actually show people something tangible. Me talking about history is the one thing, showing the photographs is the second thing, but taking them on study visits locally is another a great example of explaining to them the relationship. So we started with Polish Wings Heritage Trail, which was an online resource. But now we basically were able to unveil a permanent exhibitions about the history of the Polish Airmen in Northern Ireland. We unveiled 5 memorials across Northern Ireland and 4 murals in different parts of Northern Ireland, which is telling the history of the Polish armed forces in the Second World War. We also decided to work with other people because, the biggest problem was that I could tell you the history of the Polish people and Polish forces in the Second World War, but how come what I'm telling you is actually true? I could tell you anything you want, and if you're not a historian, if you don't have access to certain knowledge, you would, try to believe that what I'm telling is true, but you need to have confirmation. So we started bringing historians. We started bringing people who were writing books about the Polish Second World War history, mainly English-speaking historians. So that was the confirmation, where the confirmation was coming from. And if you have someone coming from the same cultural circles, confirming what person from the ethnic minority background is trying to educate you about, it's a great asset that you can't actually skip. And I think the result, we were able to reduce number of attacks on Polish people in Northern Ireland. Polish community is regarded as one of the most integrated communities in this part of the United Kingdom or Ireland. We basically, we were able to educate over 4,000 people that were coming from different backgrounds, from flute bands, Orange Order, paramilitary groups, ex-combatants, to members of the local community, to members of the local parliaments or MPs. And I think, we turn everything in the sense that now Polish history is commemorated and celebrated by certain communities across Northern Ireland. There is no doubt about the relationship that Polish people have with the country. But the problem is that now, unfortunately, the focus shifted on other communities. If you actually use your search engine, you might actually see what is happening in Northern Ireland today. We've been experiencing 4 nights of riots, which were actually, are focusing on the Romanian Roma community in Ballymena. And the situation is actually quite bad as we speak. And I think, in terms of my learning about all of this, I think building meaningful relationship with people is something that is at the core of my educational program. You have to go to the people, and you're not there just to deliver the project and go. You really actually need to almost act as an ambassador for your community and show those people, and majority of them never had a chance to spend more than 5 minutes with a person coming from ethnic minority background, that they can do it. They can actually build a relationship, they can spend time, they can have fun, they can laugh, and they don't have to be afraid to get involved in conversation. They don't have to be politically correct. And you don't really need to be politically correct to build a relationship with other people. You have to actually build everything on respect. At the beginning, finding right advocates for the program. As you can imagine, working with paramilitary organizations in Northern Ireland for someone who is not linked to them was quite difficult. So finding people who could actually introduce me to certain people and say that, there's no secret agenda, you can work with him, you can listen to him, give him a chance. It worked, because now we don't have to promote ourselves. We've been actually passed from one group to another, which is actually the best thing you want to do when you work with marginalized communities. Implementation of non-judgmental approach. I came to Northern Ireland with a level of prejudice, and I also started working with groups with a huge level of prejudice. But I truly believe that if I will try to tell them what is right and wrong, I wouldn't get anywhere. So it was me just to deliver the educational part based on history, with hope that they can actually understand what I'm trying to explain, and they would actually, were able to get proper judgments from it. And I think, for me moving forward, I have a number of groups that would like to participate in the program, and I think we were actually okay with that. Although the biggest problem I might have is to actually find funding for international study visits. And trust me, I can actually provide you evidence that study visits are the best way of changing mentality, changing approach for people that never left their own country. So if there is anyone, or if you know anything about funding available for international study visits, I would be very keen to have a conversation with you. And I also left you what we called a model of good practice. You can find those booklets actually on the front rows. Please grab one, because in 8 minutes I was unable to explain what the project is about, but I hope this book would explain you exactly what For Your Freedom and Ours did in Northern Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Maciej, for that. And now I will just give the floor to Eva.
Hello, can you hear me? Is this working? Okay, great. Could I have my slides, please, as well? I guess they're coming, but hello everyone, my name is Eva Chesnoletite. I'm also very thrilled to be here, and also already engaged from the amazing presentation that you gave, and so many things are already chiming in what I am also going to say. So my interest and expertise is in democratic innovation and citizens' assemblies. So this is something that I'll be talking about today when I get my slides. Hopefully.
Maybe tell us a bit more about yourself.
Yeah, so I come from Lithuania. I was born just after the independence, and now I live in the Netherlands. And I feel that this experience of growing up in a country that's been democratizing has really shaped my worldview and of possibility and of democracy and engaging people being at the core of what we're doing and of the future. All right, great. So the challenges that we face today are overwhelming. They are complex, they are long-term, they are emotionally heavy, they cause fear, uncertainty, and denial amongst people. And they require us to really be able to be in that complexity with others and try to work out solutions. Authoritarian populists really know how to tap into those feelings. The tactics that they use, usually aiming to fracture society, tap into those hard feelings. And the solutions they propose disadvantage various groups while giving a sense of control and superiority to other groups. They fracture and they polarize. And so what I believe we need to do is to show that we can feel belonging through inclusion, not through exclusion, and that this winner-takes-all approach is not the only way to see the world. And we need real hope and evidence that this can be done and that we can do better, so that our imagination is not really limited to the past experiences. Over the past 6 years, I've been working on researching and designing citizens' assemblies. And so here you can see what I call a deliberative wave. The number of citizens' assemblies has reached over 700 at the moment. And there's also a tiny little blue deliberative wave emerging in Central Eastern Europe, which is also of particular interest to me because this is where I'm coming from. And so these citizens' assemblies, they hold the promise of maximizing the constructiveness of humanity. They're called citizens' juries, citizens' panels, consensus conferences, etc. And so what is a citizens' assembly? It is a randomly selected group of people that is broadly representative of a community. It can be a city, it can be a region, it can be a country, it can also be a continent, like the citizens' assemblies organized by the European Commission that bring people from all across Europe. So these people, randomly selected, spend a significant amount of time learning about a specific policy issue. They hear from experts, they hear from stakeholders from all points of view, they express their opinions, and through facilitated deliberation, they reach shared consensus and develop recommendations that go back to the institution that initiated them. And then the institution followed us up on those recommendations. So what they do is they build common ground. There are two main elements in every citizens' assembly, which is random selection and deliberation. Random selection is important. It's a lottery-based way of selecting members of a citizens' assembly, aiming to capture the diversity of society. So in terms of age, gender, socioeconomic criteria, and geography, it really ensures that everybody has an equal chance of being selected to represent themselves and the broader society. And in the end, this final group usually includes people that never participated before or not even voted before. So you are really there capturing that diversity, and all of those voices usually left outside the room. And deliberation is the second element, and so it's a way for people to learn from each other, to weigh different perspectives, to provide argumentation, to find common ground, and then eventually come up with shared decisions together. Unlike debate, which is adversarial, where somebody wins, deliberation really focuses on identifying common ground and looking for solutions, something everyone can broadly agree on. And so through deliberation, we are also able to capture the collective intelligence of this diverse group of citizens. Assemblies have all kinds of benefits, including better policy solutions, increased sense of agency and efficacy amongst participants, but also the broader society when assemblies are well communicated, and increase the quality of the public debate. but also more equal distribution of power, increased trust, and a feeling of inclusive belonging, and getting to know people that you would have never met before, and realizing that perhaps your differences come from your different life experiences, but ultimately you all want what's best for everyone. You just see it in a different way, and so all you need to do is have a structured opportunity to discuss. So these assemblies are initiated by various kinds of institutions, from municipalities to ministries to universities, and now lately also museums. Over the past few years, I supported assemblies hosted by 2 museums in Germany, one in the east, one in the west, in Bonn and Dresden. And so these institutions ask citizens some of them never even visited the museum before, how should the museum evolve and remain inclusive and relevant in today's world? Citizens deliberated for 4 days, voted and produced practical recommendations for museums on their accessibility, curation of exhibitions, and the governance of the museum itself. My latest research is focusing on Central and Eastern Europe and assemblies there, because it's a region that has a weight of the illiberal past still. But to my delight, over the past 10 or so years, there have already been around 40 assemblies in most of the countries in Central Eastern Europe, including places like Hungary, Poland, even last year, Ukraine and Bosnia and Herzegovina, that have complicated histories, showing that these types of dialogues can work in various contexts. So at the moment, I'm working on the Vilnius Assembly, which is the very first citizens' assembly in Lithuania, where I'm from. And so this autumn, 50 randomly selected citizens are going to come together, tackle issues of mobility in a city where mobility challenges are still shaped by the Soviet-era city planning. And so at the same time, it will be a demonstration of a completely non-hierarchical, deliberative decision-making model that gives people the kind of agency that elections alone are not able to provide. And also at the same time, hopefully allowing them to address the sense of learned helplessness that kind of still trace from the liberal past and from the oppression that Lithuanians have experienced. This sort of radical agency potentially might be restorative. And just to wrap up, there are places in the world like Paris, Bogota, and Brussels where these citizens' assemblies have become a permanent democratic institution, where citizens, on a rotating basis, initiate citizens' assemblies of topics that they deem pertinent, deliberate, develop recommendations that go, let's say, to the parliament or to the city council, and they also have the power to follow up on those recommendations to see what actually has happened to them, really giving them 3 kinds of power, not even one that ad hoc assemblies provide them. And so, for me, this kind of new democratic institutions based on deliberation, they're really hopeful. And I'm thinking about the conversations we have over the past few days, you know, whether the spirit of the Helsinki Act is alive. I don't know if it is alive behind closed doors in high-level meetings, but it really is alive there when everyday citizens come together to deliberate respectfully and develop common ground and recommendations that they can take into the future. So I think we need to foster these types of initiatives, so this deliberative future can stand a chance against the less positive ones. Thank you.
So common to both of you in 2 different jurisdictions in 2 different places, the search for common ground, but also the wisdom of ordinary people and the importance of giving people an opportunity to be able to engage in democracy, not just the vote, but everyday life, within all of that. So next we have I think we have a Finnish, somebody from, we have Vili Kivimäki from the Finnish Literature Society in Helsinki, which he tells me is just 500 meters up the road. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and thank you for all the organizers of the event for the invitation to be here. Yes, the slides are there. My name is Ville Kivimäki. I'm working at the Finnish Literature Society as the research director there. I'm a historian by training, but I will not be talking now about the Finnish Literature Society. I could also talk about that because we collect memories, reminiscences from a huge amount of people in Finland in order to document ordinary life, ordinary people's experiences, and also experiences of difficult pasts, like with the Second World War or the Stalinist terror or other Finnish Civil War and that kind of topics. But today I will be saying a couple of words about an institution I've been member of that, establishing that institution almost from the very beginning, and that's Muisti, the Center of War and Peace in Mikkeli, in Eastern Finland. If you would happen to have time to spend more time in Finland, I would strongly recommend you visit Muisti. It's a museum and an exhibition center to present the history of the Second World War from new perspectives and include those new research initiatives also to museum presentations. And as we have already heard, history is really essential for people's understanding of the present. And that's one of the main tasks of Muisti as well, that we want to discuss the history of the Second World War in a way that is relevant for people's lives today and how they see themselves today and how they think about the pasts of their own family histories and also of Finland or their local communities and so on. We have very strong narratives about the Second World War. There has been an attempt to create a European narrative of the Second World War. But I think it's also important to show that the local cases and national cases are quite different, and that there's this kind of very big streamlined narratives about the war. They don't necessarily happen to match all the experiences and local histories and national histories of the Second World War. So our attempt is to construct a place for dialogue in that respect. I'll just show a couple of pictures here on the background. Muisti is located here in this old school building in Mikkeli. The building served as the headquarters of the Finnish army during the Second World War, and that's the reason why it's situated there. And as an old school, it's quite well suited to continue to be a place of learning also at the present. I think we are attempting to create two kinds of dialogue with Muisti. The first one is about the dialogue between the present and the past, to make people think about the past as an open history, as something that could have been different, and as a kind of a foreign place that they have to have some effort to think about how people lived at those times and to think about their own lives in 2025 from that perspective. And the second dialogue is between different contemporary understandings of past and present, how we today think about the Second World War or history in general. Regarding the first dialogue, we invite people to make a trip to the past, to try to understand the past experiences, the decisions that were made at those times, the emotions that were involved in those decisions, and also that there were always alternatives, that there's no single history that had to happen the way it did, but there's also different alternatives. Here in this picture, it's not very remarkable as such, but if you know that it's the office of the Finnish, the Marshal of Finland, Carl Gustaf Mannerheim, during the Second World War, that already makes it a bit of a different place than just an ordinary desk. So we invite people to think about those wartime conditions, and especially aiming to reach children and youth to understand that the conditions of the Second World War from kind of emotional, experience-based perspectives. But more than actually Marshal Mannerheim or people of power, we are especially trying to make the history of ordinary people alive to the visitors of Muisti, and to allow people to get closer to the experiences of ordinary people during the Second World War. Here, for instance, the image shows the a wagon full of property by a family who escaped the war, who had to leave their home during the war. And this is a way of creating dialogue between the present and the past, to try to show that things that happen, that people have read on their school books, that they are actually real history that affected people, human experiences in very complex and often difficult ways. The second dialogue we are trying to create happens between people who visit the museum and who interpret its exhibitions from their own perspectives. People come to Muisti from very different backgrounds. They come also from various countries. And it's actually one of the challenges, but also the interesting parts of the work, that those exhibitions that we have established, how does, for example, a person from Poland see that exhibition, or a person from Lithuania? Because, people carry their own histories with them, their family histories, national histories, and those things that are self-evident for a Finn, for example, when they visit Muisti, they don't have to be self-evident to a Polish visitor, for example. And I think that's something that we also have to develop more in the future, to see how those things that we take for granted about our history, that they are not as self-evident for other visitors. And this kind of dialogue would be actually an important part of the Muisti in the future. We interpret the objects and exhibits very differently from different backgrounds. And for this dialogue to work, there needs to be occasions to discuss the history and the present. And that we also aim to create at Muisti as well. Lectures, talks, seminars, debates, discussions to learn more about how other people have experienced the war and how other people today think about those experiences and why do they do so. And that's, I think, when we think about the history of the Second World War in Europe now, I think it's really quite crucial that there should be dialogue between different experiences of the war, and not to expect that there's one European story about the Second World War that everyone can really accommodate to, that we have to also recognize the differences in those experiences. So just to conclude, I want to stress the importance of museums as places where people spend from 1 to even 5 hours of their time thinking about the past. In a world today where everything is calculated in 15-minute intervals, I think that's really the special power of the museums. If you can make a person to spend there 1 hour, or even 2, 3, 4, or even 5 hours, walking around, thinking about the past, taking the time to see different perspectives to the history that they may have thought that they already knew. And that kind of taking the time to think about the history, that's one fundamental aspect of creating dialogue then also in the present. Pictured here is one similarly important institution from Gdansk, the Museum of the Second World War in Gdansk, which I visited actually 1 year ago, and which is an excellent example of this attempt as well. So these are my short words, and I look for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next participant is Joanna Matera from the New Community Foundation based in Warsaw.
Can I have slides, please? And so, hello everyone, I'm Joanna, I'm a social psychologist by training, and at the New Community Foundation I'm project coordinator, social researcher, but also I facilitate dialogues and trainings we conduct. And as I said, I'm here on behalf of the New Community Foundation, an organization based in Warsaw, working to reduce polarization and to rebuild a civic community in Poland. And why to deal with polarization? Because it's a threat to democracy, as it goes beyond the regular differences of opinion. It refers to deep divisions on major social issues that hinder democratic decision-making and make mutual understanding impossible. And as for the level of polarization in Poland, according to a study published by the Digital Society Project, Poland ranks high, holding the second place in the EU in terms of this indicator. You can see also from the statistics presented right now that Polish people are not only tired of divisions, but they also long to find a common ground. And to quick reminder from my turbo presentation yesterday, we have two types of polarization: ideological one, which refers to the differences in political views, like the extreme ones, and while it doesn't have to, it can lead to the situation where people begin to hate each other because of the ideological differences. And this state is known as affective polarization, a sense of hostility and distrust towards those with different views. And this problem we try to address in our work. And as I said, we focus on the affective kind because attitudes can change, especially through meaningful contact. And today I would like to tell you more about our flagship project, the Polish Dialogues program, within which we are organizing a series of 100 community dialogues. It's an ongoing project, and so far we have organized 76 dialogues. And usually they are arranged in thematic series. So in the past we had a series focused on European Union, gender relations, or ecology. Participants register through our platform to join discussions on specific topics scheduled for set dates. The groups are composed to reflect a diversity of views, ages, genders, and backgrounds. And this aspect of our work is the most crucial one, and I must say that it's also the most challenging part of our work. But on each occasion, we try to invite those different perspectives to the conversation. And some details about the dialogue. So each dialogue lasts around 3 hours and is guided by 2 professional facilitators and follows a structured protocol based on the latest social psychology research. We organize them online and on site. They both have disadvantages and advantages. We document them and then publish the common ground identified in each conversation. And how do we create those insights? After each dialogue, our social researcher reviews the transcript and analyzes it to try to find common ground around the discussed topic. And what is important also is that we work with regular citizens, the so-called silent majority. So we don't aim to reach politicians or journalists. We believe that real change can start with each and every one of us. And in terms of the result of our work, each dialogue is followed by evaluation. We measure how the cognitive, affective, and behavioral aspect of attitude change, like the attitude towards people with different political views. And as you can see, after participating in dialogue session, people report more understanding towards other perspectives, greater willingness to cooperate, and stronger sense of community. This I will skip, I think, about challenges. I don't know how much time you have. I could go on and on about this. And sometimes when I describe what we do in the New Community Foundation, people say, oh, you chose difficult task. It's hard to disagree. But so now to name just a few challenges we face in working towards fighting polarization. There are many important and divisive topics. So the question is, how do you identify them and choose the right ones? And by that I mean that we all have some bias. So we need to choose topics which are relevant and interesting to people from different backgrounds, and not only to liberals from big cities. Yes. So to share a recent success, we organized a dialogue after the presidential election we had 2 weeks ago, and it was a jackpot because like in one day we had 70 people who registered and wanted to talk about how do they feel, what do they think about the new president and the new reality we woke up with. So yeah, it's also a challenge to recruit the diverse group. Even if we find and confirm the diverse 12 participants, we can't be sure who will actually come or who will click on the Zoom link sent by us. And then since community dialogues are quite intimate conversations, there are around 12 people participating, then when for example, then when free conservatives will drop out, then the diversity ratio decreases significantly. So this is something like hard to predict. Also, the other challenge is that it's not always so clear to people what we are trying to achieve by organizing dialogues. And essentially, our goal is to meet people who wouldn't normally meet. And to give them opportunity to talk to each other, and not with the goal of convincing someone to your views, but to really listen and try to understand why another person has different views than yourself. Also our goal is like to leave the etiquettes or the labels of leftist, right-winger, the voter of this party or other party, and instead to focus to hear like personal stories, as my colleague said here also, and yeah, by that we can understand more why people have their views. So for some people, it's difficult to grab the idea or like the sense of just talking. Like what is the point of that? But I must also say that for the others, it's like the most valuable thing which we do in our work, because we lived in a capitalist society, and like everything needs to be effective, and we are very much focused on delivering the outputs or KPIs and stuff like that. So like the idea of just meeting with people who are different than us and spend 3 hours of your free time to get to know the other person, but also the world better. Like not for everyone is maybe so clear, like the benefits of it. We also face the challenge of scaling up. So like the math is simple. If we organize dialogues for 12 people, then we would need to organize many dialogues to reach the critical mass. But so we are trying constantly to think like how to overcome it. For example, by experimenting with different types of formats, like dialogues with the audience or broadcasting our dialogues online. So people, they don't participate per se, but they can watch and see how how good conversation can look like. As for the next steps, of course, we are working to develop and grow, and within our team, we are discussing which formats of conversations might be most effective resource-wise, and also which ones could reach the broadest audience, as I said before. We're also constantly thinking about which groups we'd like to reach. So when we organize public dialogues, it's often the case that those who sign up are already a bit more open than the average citizen of Poland. And it's a different story when we enter a school or some workplace, because then in those environments, people didn't voluntarily sign up for the dialogue. And we observe that in such groups that the impact of the dialogue is even like bigger than in the public dialogues we organize. Yeah, and regarding our plans for the future, we're also thinking about different places where we could bring dialogue. So, for example, parishes, libraries, maybe sports clubs. We have many ideas. I hope we will manage to test some of them. And yeah, so those are the questions we try to answer right now. And yes, to conclude, dialogue can have preventive role. It protects us from loneliness, radicalization. It can be a tool to impact local leaders, and it can help people to be seen and recognized as valuable and unique individuals. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Joanna. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce Joan Morrison and Mairead McCann from the Atlantic Technological University in Sligo.
Hello, good morning everyone, and thank you, Barbara. We're very pleased to be here and to have accepted the invitation from the European Network for Remembrance and Solidarity and to participate on the panel. My name is Mairead McCann and this is my colleague Joan Morrison, and we're both lecturers in the Atlantic Technological University. We're based in the northwest of Ireland on the Sligo campus, so I have to say we're very used to the wet weather that we're experiencing yesterday and today in Helsinki, so we feel very much at home. The challenge for the panel here is to consider how do we as institutions engage young people in constructive dialogue. How do we ensure that we're building those skills that we've heard about already, the shared listening, the engagement, and achieving a common ground on which to build shared futures. So we'd like to share with you today a case study of a tool that we use in our teaching, a simulation of a European Council of Ministers meeting. And we've heard a lot about meetings, not least from Professor Morgan yesterday as well. So I'm just going to hand over to Joan that's going to set up the background for the simulation.
So, hello everybody. Yes, I'm delighted to be here. So, the students that take this module, it's called European Business Environment, they tend to have very little knowledge of the European project. So the first series of lectures aims to stimulate their interest by grounding the preparation for the simulation in the developments in the post-war era in Europe. The challenge is to get across to them the fact of the blank page in 1945, the enmity between peoples and states, and get the possibilities of moving from a world of sovereign states to some different kind of, if you like, post-sovereign canvas. So on the one hand, through the simulation, the preparation, the doing of it, the evaluation of it, they see very clearly, I suppose, what you might call the miracle of cooperation and integration, which is the European Union today of 27 states. But on the other hand, given current issues and tragedies, they also see very clearly how messy it is, how complex it is, and that it is an evolving type of cooperation. So I would say, and we see this every year in our work, that the EU simulation is active learning around good faith dialogue, and I would say it embodies the spirit of Helsinki.
So part of what we wanted to look at were the theatrics of the simulation itself. The props give a sense of occasion to the final event of the simulation. And you can see from the images on slides, so for example, the configuration of the tables in the room, and it's in the formal setting of a hotel conference room, which is outside of the students' normal experience of the classroom environment. So that proximity lends a reality and an authenticity to their engagement in the simulation. And you can see the other props that we have, so the microphones, the the country's blocks that identify the position of the students, even the imagery of the flags and the nation state flags that are set up to create the environment in the room, all feed into encouraging the students to embrace their role in the simulation itself. The smart casual attire is optional, but most students do suit up or tie up. They set aside their normal student garb and they don the mantle of the Minister or Commissioner of the European Union itself.
Okay, so that last slide, by the way, were our students in November 2024. In these next 3 slides, we just want to look at students' comments and their experience of the EU simulation. And these highlight the key themes of this session: courage, bravery, leadership. Students talk right afterwards a lot about moving out of their comfort zones, about speaking up, and about confronting challenges. The uncertainty of it, the stress of it, and the unfamiliar nature of the exercise. I've never had students that ever experienced anything like what we do here. This is usually the first time for this experience. And they do it with courage and openness. There's also emotional courage, because they overcome the fear of judgment and they embrace the vulnerability in a public setting. And needless to say, that doesn't happen, excuse me, in the classic lecture situation. I think I need a drink. Okay. And here you see bravery. And it is evident because they do embrace public speaking, debate, and probably most importantly, the unpredictability of the simulation. So in the words of this student, as you can see there, you owe it to yourself to showcase the amount of work you have put into your research, a powerful expression of bravery. Stand up, speak out, even when you're nervous. We also see their intellectual bravery when they tell us, don't just focus on coming up with arguments, but also prepare to counter-argue. So, put simply, be ready to engage in real time and unscripted dialogue.
And the third theme of the panel is leadership. So again, from the students' perspective, we feel their participation in the simulation builds leadership skills, and they recognise that themselves. And we've heard about different forms of leadership from the other panel speakers already, who are living leadership in that way as well. In particular, the students recognise that they have the responsibility. They recognise there, if you see the quote, that they enjoyed that aspect of responsibility, that it was left to us to run the show. But they also recognise the importance of teamwork, the challenge of building collaboration, and that ability to shape the process. And we've heard a lot over the last couple of days about the importance of shaping processes and what will be the processes, the institutions into the future as well. So they very much recognise that responsibility, standing up, taking ownership, and taking a lead, very much leadership qualities that they are developing.
So in terms of our next steps, well, each year we base our continuous improvement cycle on student suggestions and observations, and you can see them noted here in the slide. We will also continue to build on civic engagement. This is where we invite local councillors, TDs, MEPs on occasion, and second-level students, where they come and observe the final event. We also have an international talks section and particularly online since COVID, that has proved wonderful. So this features as part of our program, and it makes students critically reflective, and it contributes to their engagement in the whole debate process, the negotiation, which is an EU simulation. Finally, we also aim to expand our horizons, and we would hope to develop a blended intensive program. So it's known as a BIP. And this will center on participation in a simulation. And we would invite you, if you're interested, to scan the QR code, or you can email us, or you can talk to us afterwards if you're interested in getting involved with us in pursuing this idea.
So I suppose finally, in preparation for this panel, I'm originally from the north of Ireland and lived almost a decade in Belfast. So appreciative of our colleagues, our opening presentation on the panel today. I took the opportunity to walk some of those steps on the Polish Wings Trail and to visit for the first time Milltown Cemetery in Belfast, where I paid respect to the 7 graves of some of the Polish airmen that are interred in Northern Ireland. And I think this image, and particularly on the headstone of the grave of Sergeant Lugowski, who tragically was killed at the age of 23, we were very conscious that we're engaging with young people, and as Maria and Agnieszka talked about earlier today, they are of a similar age, aging from 18 to 23 to 25, and they're facing, as Joan said, quite a messy, complicated future. We've heard about the threats of cybersecurity, AI, concept of what security means for these young people as they merge into society. So we wanted to channel very much those lessons from the past into our interactions with those young people in the classroom to hopefully embed some of those skills of active listening, building empathy, finding common ground and a way forward as they navigate their own futures. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was the tour de force of democracy, engagement within communities, both at local level, at national level, and at EU level, and a whole range of ideas and ways to engage younger people through museums, through citizens' assemblies, through, and I suppose the basis of all of it is the connections that are created between people, and having somebody to facilitate those connections, and at some level then to be able to take all those ideas and feed them into communities and maybe into places and spaces where they need to be heard. And the voice, what came across from all of you, is the importance of giving people voice in a structured way to be able to engage in topics that are sometimes contentious, sometimes are different, and that places where people really get to know that they have so much common ground and so much in common with each other. So my question to all of you is, okay, so you're doing all this work. So what inspired you yourself on a personal level to take this journey into this type of work? So we talked about courage and leadership, and your leadership is evident in all the work that you do. So what inspired you? Why aren't you working for a financial institution or a bank or something else? Why are you doing this work? Anybody like to answer that first? Joanna?
Yes. Yeah, great question. For me personally, I'm really opposing to inequalities. This is something I felt from my life. I also come from underprivileged household, and I observed how easy it is to put labels on people, like to not understand why a farmer coming from small village has different political opinions than yourself, and I think dialogues or the work we are doing in the New Community Foundation really can bridge those differences we have. Like if we meet face to face and hear a little bit more than just like, you know, what is your occupation, what do you, or like what party did you vote for, but you hear about like, you know, what is important in your life for you, what are your wishes, dreams, like what is your family, tell me more about it. And then when this exchange happens, then I think something shifts in people. So that was something what got me to the NGO world and also to the work in the New Community Foundation.
Thanks, Joanna. Anyone else?
So I think it's a very difficult question to answer, to be honest. I think, you know, possibly if I could change the focus of my path, I could make more money. But I think I would end up doing something that is very boring. I think for me...
so you're not bored?
I'm not bored, no. I'm very busy and I like this way because I have no time for doing silly things in life, which is great. But I think, you know, for me, there are two things. First of all, I really, and I think it might sound a bit naive, but I really like to see the shift in people. That basically when you go and you, you know, have certain approach at the beginning and then you see how people opening up, how people are changing their perspectives, their ideas, how they actually change themselves and educate themselves about how to be more open, how to understand others, especially in the context of Northern Ireland. It is very important because in Northern Ireland people put labels on themselves. You are either green or orange. You know, people would in the past ask me when they discover I'm Polish, so they ask me, are you a Polish Catholic or are you a Polish Protestant? They can't understand that you might have something beyond that. And I think my role is to actually give them slightly different perspective and you and hope for the best, hope that they can actually change their approach and they can be more open, they can actually start enjoying diversity. They can, you know, they can finally understand that Northern Ireland is not as bad place as it is, because you have other people who came there, decided to make it their home. And I think the other thing is, I really like doing things in life. I really like to be involved and have a concept that I can actually bring to life and see the final produce. So I think that's what it's about, just to basically be engaged and constantly do something.
Thanks, Meche. Anyone else there?
Yeah. Go ahead, Robert.
Well, thank you.
Nobody has to, just if you want.
Yeah, but it's a great question, and I would answer it from for my part. That I was born in 1976, so my grandparents were the age of that they experienced the Second World War, and already at the childhood home I came to realize that their war experiences, they were violent, they were difficult, they caused them a lot of trouble, and at the same time, history of the Second World War easily turns into quite nationalistic discourses of only heroism. So I think one important thing for myself personally has been that especially now when war is again present in Europe in such a strong way, that we have to understand that how it really affects people, how it leaves traces that go on for decades after the war, and that there has to be a place where people are made to think about those human aspects of experiencing the war. So I guess that would be kind of personally the reason for doing this work.
Thanks, Philly.
Yeah, I also wanted to share, I like this question. For me, it's more about the feeling of responsibility that I hold, because I was born after the independence, very shortly after, and I kind of feel like, you know, my grandparents were deported to Siberia, my parents had to struggle a lot through oppression, and I feel like the kind of democracy we're building today in Lithuania, it has to be fit for purpose and it has to justify all the sacrifices and the fighting that was done to achieve it. And I believe that then, you know, we need to evolve the democracy. We see it's not necessarily working very well everywhere. And so I'm very passionate about bringing that change. And at the same time, it's actually a great way to live because you are living in a hopeful, future-oriented kind of a world where you see the possibility and you work to implement it. And I recommend living in that sort of mindset.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, well, I think the first thing I'd say is I happen to love teaching and learning, and I'm still learning, and this is nearly 40 years on, so I feel very, very fortunate. The second thing is that the simulation is something that I did myself as a student. So I'm sitting on the shoulders of others, in particular my own lecturer, Bridget Laffin, in Ireland, and she learned it from Helen Wallace, professor in the College of Europe in Bruges. So I'm always very conscious of that. And every year, myself and my colleague, we do this together. It's quite a little bit of work involved, you know, to bring them to the point that they can get into that room and we let go. That's so important. But what we get back, so it's like Eva beside me said, living in this hopeful world, it's better than any drug. It's just wonderful. Every year we really go out smiling, you know, from the reaction from the students.
Thank you. I suppose I'd like to say I started off working my career in a bank, in a financial institution, but I'm very glad I made the career switch to education. And as we have heard, and I think it was Professor Thea said it yesterday and Maria earlier this morning, and what my colleagues on the panel have said, it's the energy and the hope and the optimism you do get working with young people is very inspiring, but it also gives us that responsibility to learn, to reflect, and to be custodians, I suppose, of the experience and the memory. I suppose I'm conscious I was born the year the Trouble started in Northern Ireland, so I grew up in that context, but we saw the benefits that came from the process of dialogue, the long, arduous time that was spent by committed people to find a better way forward for people. So we've heard a little bit about is the Helsinki Final Act, is it dead? Does it need to be revived? But I think it's very much that promise of the future does still lie with détente, diplomacy, with finding that common ground between people.
Oh, thank you all. Is there any questions? We have a few minutes. Yeah.
Yes, my question is perhaps.
Sorry. Yes.
Sorry. Yes, two questions. One is that both the Irish example and Maciej, you spoke about non-judgmental and good faith. Would you like to say a little bit more about this? How does it actually translate? What does it actually mean in your work? And the other question is for Ville, and I hope I will visit Muisti before too long. How do you make, on the one hand, the connection between the independence war, the civil war, and the Second World War, and how does peace come in? Because I think that part of the stories you are telling is that there is also a peace which may be worse than the war we have experienced. In Greece, it was definitely the case. The civil war after the Second World War was far more detrimental. Thank you. All presentations were fantastic.
So, there's a question for both of you there.
For both, yes. Yeah. So I suppose starting off when we said good faith dialogue, I think that very much does come back to the building of relationships, and that even though different parties start from obviously concerned about their own expectations, what they want to get from the interactions, it's about having enough good faith actors and those individuals, and again this came up in this morning's panel, in terms of it's about being in those rooms, building trust, actually listening, so getting past, and this is something we experience with our students, because initially they might have a limited view where they think, well, if I'm representing Finland or Ireland or Croatia, I'm just going to be pushing my agenda consistently, but that what they soon realise with the dry run and the final event is that it's much more complex, that they have to move quite often beyond just defending their own position to actually engaging with listening to the detail, the minutiae of what other people have to say and reflecting on that and then responding to it. So the energy, the time and the focus on other people are very much what brings success. And they realise very quickly that challenge, that building consensus, they hear that phrase, but they start to realise that in practice that is extremely difficult to do and very challenging. So that's what we mean by the good faith, is where they start to recognise it is about trust building, making those connections, building on those connections to be able to deliver an outcome, a mutual outcome, if they can, and often they can't. And they have to consider then what does that mean for them as well.
I can only echo that, and I think for me, when I started working with paramilitary groups or ex-combatants, you're approaching actually an environment in which people were involved in the conflict. And very often, the reasons why they were involved would not be in line with my understanding of the situation or my understanding, my values and how I see the world. And this is not about me trying to tell them what they think, what they, how they should see the situation. It's about me accepting the reasons why they decided to do it. It is still very difficult for me to understand why, because I don't have the same level of experiences. I didn't come to Northern Ireland with luggage of experiences coming from the troubles. So I think for me, it's to make sure that I can actually give them a voice. I can have a dialogue, I can actually listen, I can try to understand what they have to say and why they decided to do what they decided to do it. Also, I think, very often I've been participating in the sessions where you have a facilitator who came with a certain idea in mind and trying to oppose this idea on people. And I think if you work with marginalized communities, very often these people never had a chance to speak up because there was someone telling, talking on their behalves and telling what they didn't really want it. They were not affiliated with the idea. So I think trying to stay in the middle and trying to give people a chance to be themselves and open up and discuss things that they want to discuss is very important. And I think everyone who is actually doing peace building and reconciliation should actually, first of all, set a very strong moral background for themselves in order to work with people. And I also learned through my work that, peace and reconciliation is not about how much you're going to gain from it. It's about how much you're willing to give away and create space for other people to make the step forward. And I think that's why the non-judgmental approach is very important.
Thanks, Great. Ville, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I have to say there's not so much about the Finnish Civil War of 1918 in that museum or exhibition. There has been an excellent exhibition of that in Tampere, which is now also available online. But that's a good point, and we might have a kind of a smaller exhibition inside the museum, maybe on that. But what has been very important for us from the beginning is to include peace in the name of the Muisti Center of War and Peace. That it's not only a kind of, it doesn't aim to be a kind of a military history museum, but it's a place where we invite people to think about peace and not to take it as something that you can take for granted. So there's quite a lot at the end of the exhibition. There's quite a lot of room to contemplate about what actually peace means to all of us, and also to show that even though for Finland peace really came in 1945, but if you think of Lithuania, Poland, Greece, actually most parts of Europe, in Eastern and Central Europe and Southern Europe, 1945 did not mean the end of violence, but there was a new wave of different kinds of violences. So we invite Finnish people also to think about the exceptionality of the Finnish case and to think about that it didn't happen. It was not self-evident that would be the case also in Finland. And I think we need more place to think about peace and to be somehow actively thinking about it and not to take it as a self-evident kind of normal state of affairs, but as something that really requires work also to be maintained.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? Yeah. Tell us who you are and.
Hi, I'm
I've wanted to ask you if there has been pressure of any kind, like political pressure of how to present things in your museum, or maybe if not pressure, but subtly expressed wishes. Because you spoke about the Polish context, visiting World War II Museum, and we know what happened there. So I'm just interested in if this is a thing at all in Finland with which you have to deal. And a question to Joanna, how biased is the selection of people that come to your meetings? I can only imagine that people who really hate the other side, who conservative, who really hates a liberal, does he even show up to your meetings? And if so, how do you deal with expressions of hate? So what is the border of, where's the border of things that you feel that people can say in such meetings when we talk about trauma and violation of, so that's my question.
Okay. Joanna?
There has not really been kind of open political pressure towards the exhibition. Some people get upset about certain things, but that you cannot really avoid. I've actually been a bit more worried about the thing that so many people are quite so satisfied with the museum that maybe we are missing something that if it doesn't really cause any anxiety. Surprisingly, it has been quite a smooth process. But of course, I think the case of in Gdansk and elsewhere as well, it really shows that that doesn't mean that it always stays like that. And we have to be prepared for events when, yeah, there can be really heavy pressure on museums, historians and so on to come to right conclusions from certain political perspective. But we haven't luckily experienced that so far.
Thanks, Villa. Joanna?
Yes, okay, so great question. Questions, actually. So about the selection of the group. First of all, like we have this idea that the radical people, like it's a lot of them. But actually the research shows that the margins are not so big, no? So like we try to reach the, what I said, a silenced majority. So people who are maybe not necessarily in the center, but like, you know, leaning towards left agenda or like more right-wingers, but not the extreme spectrum of the line. And like on each dialogue, we try to maintain the balance. So like, okay, we try to invite 12 people, then like half-half, that we have women, men, people from villages, big cities, I don't know, professionals, and also not educated or like with a lower level of education. And in terms of political views, also like the same. So quite half-half. Like we have a short survey. People need to fill in to sign up for the dialogue. So we ask about the political view, yeah, like on the scale from 1 to 7, and then you say how much conservative or liberal you are. So like having this information, we can ensure the diversity in groups. But what you said about conservative hating liberals or the other way around, people like who are on those extremes, they are not interested in dialogue. Or like we don't encounter this. So like you need to have like the background, like the first thought that it could be actually interested to hear another perspectives. So we don't have that many radical voices in like on our meetings. Still, sometimes it happens that someone says something controversial, or like, you know, also maybe expressing yourself in the way you are not used to because of, yes, different backgrounds we have, social capital and stuff like that. So then, of course, like we have this difficult moments during the dialogue, but that's why the facilitators are there to ask questions. Like so if someone expresses some like radical thought, then we try to deep dive, no? Like okay, but what do you mean by that? Like why is it important for you? So maybe like okay, you use that word, it can be seen as as rude or inappropriate. But what did you want to convey with this word? And then usually people start telling their stories, like what they actually mean. Like so they put the labels or those big words, which can be interpreted in many different ways. And you also ask about these borders, like when do we say stop? What is not allowed in the dialogue? This is like difficult and like nuanced. I think if we are organizing dialogues, if we are in this work, then if someone says something what you don't like, or and we would, I don't know, say to this person, you need to leave the conversation, then we would fail as a group, like, because that's not the way, that's not the point of our work. So even if there is this discomfort and someone says something difficult to I don't know, wrap your head around it, then again we try to understand what is behind that. But of course, if there would be like, the very specific hate speech, like then facilitators would react, not by like telling them to leave, but again like naming what happened during the conversation. And also I must say that many times other participants react. So like they give feedback, they talk to the person, and they talk, like they share their feelings, like, okay, it bothered me what you said, like it was painful for me, like why you would, and then the dialogue happens. So that would be my answer. Thank you.
So before we finish, I just want to give one last question to the panel as a whole. Thinking big, dreaming big, about possibilities for the work that you're doing, where would you like to see it in 5 years' time?
I suppose for us it's built into reaching out through the blended intensive programme, but also further into our community. It's something we have done before, but we want to build on, is a wider symposium that brings together the citizens, the students, local politicians, and members of the European Parliament as well. So that sense of bringing it from the individual action into the structures and the processes more formally. So we would see it expanding, being better resourced by the funding agencies, and to build on that interaction.
Thanks, Marit. Yeah.
Okay. For me, maybe kind of the dream is that citizens' assemblies become something that is known for people beyond just a democracy being associated with elections. And in some countries this is already the case. For example, in Ireland there have been quite many citizens' assemblies on a high level. But this is kind of maybe the larger dream. And personally, as the citizens' assemblies spread across different contexts, it's also, I think, about how they adapt to those contexts and how they take into account the different histories of every region, of every country, and what modifications do they make to this model that we see spreading. So I guess it's I'd like to see the flourishing diversity of how different contexts are applying this new kinds of deliberative institutions.
Thanks, Eva.
Well, I think we will, of course, be developing the museum, better exhibitions, more interesting stuff and so on. But if I would like to think about something a bit outside of that, I would be really happy if we could see the civic society to take the museum as a place of debate and discussion, and also the children and school children and youth, that they would be more actively incorporated to the exhibitions, and there would be more programs to discuss with the kids about what they see there. And then also this element of bringing people from different kind of backgrounds and countries to Muisti, and to really not only to make them see the exhibition, but just to include them in discussion what they saw and how would they interpret it from their own backgrounds. That would be great.
So On the organizational part, I would say more stable funding, that we didn't have to worry that much about it. But yeah, in terms of like our work, I really like the sentence one of the participants said in the end of the dialogue, that actually what divide us is not the political differences we have between us, but the lack of skills of good communication. And I think that's the essence. So if we dream big, then I would like that good conversation trainings are they are taught at schools, like from the very early age, maybe also in workplaces somehow it's like included that there is some time and space that we as co-workers could also have those spaces where we could discuss, I don't know, our personal life and because it can make our community stronger. So yeah, so this I would say.
Thanks, Joanna.
So for me, two things. First of all, I think we're going to continue educating people about the shared history, because one of my goals is to make sure that Polish history can become part of mainstream Northern Irish history. Northern Ireland is, highly focusing on the World War I, but the history of the Second World War and other parts of history were, neglected by majority. So I think bringing the Polish history as a part of the mainstream would actually help to dilute that. And I think the second thing is we already started focusing on the last 2 decades of the Polish community in Northern Ireland. The history which we are talking about, took place over 80 years ago, but we now having a history that is happening on our doorstep, and we really need to focus on that. So we started interviewing Polish people about their journeys, creating it would be like an online library of stories, video stories, because I truly believe that we now should actually show what we managed to do in the past 20 years in Northern Ireland, that we are not there, to steal jobs, steal houses and drain benefit system. Now we basically have Polish people working at universities, working for governmental organizations, running their own businesses, to show how we basically giving back to the society. And I think history is important because this is the start of the conversation, but now it's time to actually take a next step and focus on more recent history.
So on behalf of ENRS, I would just like to thank you all, Matthew, Eva, Ville, Joanna, and Joan and Mairead for your passion, your commitment to change. And if anybody would like to talk further to any of the panelists, I'm sure they'd be very willing to do that. Just thank you all, and thank you for listening.
Hello to everyone. We'll start our next panel. My name is Ion Janica. I'm the moderator. I have the honor to moderate this very challenging panel, Truth and Reconciliation Processes. And let me introduce our distinguished guests and panelists, Taina Marek Pitesti. She is the director of Sami Museum Sida Inari. And as I know, and I'm telling you a secret, she was a former mayor in the northernmost municipality in Europe. So in the Arctic region of Finland and Arctic region of Europe, and it will be very interesting to share with us this extraordinary experience. Thank you for being here. I'm glad to present you the next panelist, Marek Mutor. He is president of the Platform of European Memory and Conscience, historian. Welcome. Thank you for being here with us. Katalin Miklosi, he's a professor, docent of political history at the Finland University, Helsinki University, excuse me, head of Eastern European Studies. Thank you for being with us. Aaron Mate, historian, vice chair, Committee of National Remembrance, Hungary. Thank you very much for your presence here and for your future presentation and dialogue. Speaking about truth and reconciliation, all of us, we know the famous quote saying, those who don't remember history are condemned to repeat history mistakes. And I think this is truth. And history mistakes means crime, genocide, discrimination. And if we don't know the truth about history, we will repeat all these horrors of history. But it's not easy to know the truth and to do reconciliation. Because our society, post-Cold War society, post-communist society, I think they are also post-traumatic society. Communism dictatorship was traumatic for our societies. It was crime, it was genocide, it was wiping out entire generations. And as psychiatrists know and the psychologists know, trauma transcends generation. And now we have a very traumatic societies, and we need to heal our societies. In this regard, we have built in time a lot of institutions, committees, and all kind of institute for remembrance and for memory, as our European Network Institute is. And you represent here this kind of institution. And I think there are two ways, two paths. The hard way is truth and reconciliation. The easy way is spreading hatred, fake history, disinformation and manipulation in our societies. And this is what is happening now on social media. We have a circulation of fake history, rewrite history, and also with important effects on our society. Probably the social media and social networking represents also a huge tool in communication, but also the most dangerous weapon of mass disruptions in our society. And we have to cope with this. This is a world we are living in, the world of post-truth. And if we are here to celebrate the Helsinki spirit, I have to mention act of courage and coming to terms with the past, reckoning with the past. Extremely courageous people who did this before Helsinki. And I can mention the letter of Polish bishop to the German bishops in 1965, and the famous sentence, "We forgive and ask for forgiveness." And the second one I can remember is 5 years later, in 1970, the famous Warsaw knee fall of Chancellor Willy Brandt in Warsaw, in the front of the Warsaw Ghetto Memorial, asking for forgiveness for what Nazi Germany did in the Second World War. Extremely courageous leaders assuming this act of courage in times of dictatorship. And in this regard, in our days, can we assume new act of reconciliation and courage in the spirit of Helsinki? Can we have chances in this post-truth world? Can truth have a chance in this world? I'm keen to see the views of our panelists, and I will invite Taina-Mari Pitesti to speak, to have her presentation about a different situation, about the situation of Sami people in Finland, because also we have here problem with the past. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, hello everybody. It's a real pleasure to take part of this conference and to share the story of Sami Museum Sida. I will next talk shortly about our work and what the return of our ancestors' objects means to us and how we collaborate with the Sami community. Our museum's work is connected to Sami rights and reconciliation efforts with the Finnish state. Our museum have close cooperation with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Finland, and you probably know that Sami Truth Commission is still working in Sweden, and the Commission in Norway delivered its final report in 2023. All three commissions represent important steps forward recognition, justice, and healing for the Sami people. Sida is the only Sami museum in Finland, and we have nationally mandated responsibilities related to Sami culture. As you know, Sami people are the only indigenous people in Europe. We live in Sapmi, a region that spans across northern parts of Finland, Norway, Sweden, and the Kola Peninsula in Russia. The Sami Museum Sida tells the story of the Sami past, present, and future. Our role is to promote and preserve Sami cultural heritage and foster the cultural identity and pride of the Sami people. We want to be part of creating the cultural heritage of the future. Sida is an indigenous people's museum, primarily for Sami people themselves. However, we are very happy that our story resonates with other visitors and the museum community around the world. We broke our visitor record for the third year in a row. Last year, we welcomed 82,000 exhibition visitors. Half of our visitors come from abroad, last year from 110 countries, all around the world. And it should be mentioned that only 700 people are living in the village of Inari. So we are really honored by the awards we have received in recent years, and these recognitions have been granted not only for Sida's exhibitions, but also for our social impact and our community work with our people. That is why the credit for our success belongs to the entire Sami community. And I have to say that these awards have strengthened our confidence and the vision. This has happened not only within our museum, but also more broadly within the Sami community. And I have to say that I'm very proud that we have shown that an indigenous museum can be named European Museum of the Year. And it was the first time when a museum located in Finland received this award. And the award has been present almost for 50 years. But still, the most important innovation and source of pride for us is our new main exhibition. These lands are our children. The whole exhibition is built on the Sami way of thinking, how our ancestors live and breathe in us. The understanding of the cultural environment of the Sami is important because nature and culture are closely interconnected. Our exhibition is a story of the story of the Sami by the Sami. And actually, this was the first time when we wrote our own story. 2022. We, Sami people, decided what to tell and how to tell. We wanted to involve the Sami community extensively in the preparation of the exhibition. Over 300 members of the Sami community participated in the preparation of the exhibition. Sami people of different ages were able to tell us what and how we should tell about our culture. And the experience was very empowering, and we received a lot of praise for the communal way of working. I believe that this was the only right way for us as an indigenous museum to work together with our community. And for the first time, the traditional knowledge of the Sami people, we call it ärpetiehtu, and Western science have been presented as equal source of information in our exhibition. So, what's next? We have decolonized our exhibition, and now it is time to decolonize our collection practices through repatriation, community work, and by doing it the Sami way. We are pleased to launch a significant project funded by the Finnish Cultural Foundation, aiming to promote the return of Sami objects from European museums. This 3-year research and development project will be carried out in collaboration with the Sami community. And when we talk about repatriation today, it's important to understand which historical continuity this issue belongs to. The scientific colonialism of the North, which the Sami have faced, has a long history. Sami cultural heritage has been collected in European museum collections since the 17th century. The plundering of Sami graves continued into the 20th century for research purposes. And still estimated 50,000 Sami artifacts are still in non-Sami museums around Europe. And today, I have to say that I feel very happy because Europe is changing. And the big national museums are activated to the repatriation of all indigenous artifacts. SIDA has actively and successfully promoted domestic repatriations for over 20 years now, and international repatriation processes are now underway. The Finnish National Museum repatriated the Sami collection to Sami Museum SIDA, included 2,200 objects year 2021. And it has been the largest repatriation until now, the whole Sami collection from the Finnish National Museum. And last year, we received 400 Sami objects from the Museum of Ostrobotnia in Oulu. When we talk about repatriation, I always want to emphasize that indigenous peoples have the right to manage their own cultural heritage, like every nation, like every people. We have the right for that. And today, the discussion often also concerns the ownership of cultural heritage and how it is represented. Is it the indigenous people themselves who represent it, or is it others? I'm often asked what it feels like to see and touch, for the first time, the old Sami objects made and used by our ancestors, objects that have finally returned home. We are talking about Sami tuotji, Sami handcraft. And there is no short answer to that question. But I want to show you a trailer of the film called Marchan. Probably some of you have seen this beautiful film, Marchan Homecoming. This is the film by Suvi West and Anssi Kömi from Finnish side of Sápmi. Marchan Homecoming is a story about a historic repatriation when the National Museum of Finland returned thousands of Sami objects to SIDA. It is a film about joy and celebration as the cultural heritage of our ancestors finally come home.
Aistitko sä mitään semmoista energiaa tai henkeä näissä?
Joo, nyt mulla tulee, kun sä oot läsnä.
Mattu. Tävvira kudde faarustis min oktasas iilui ja morrasi. Miitähpä huvä koda mähtse.
Painan ahte tähla namalassi alku vakkär kiennus, man kietsis puerta Sami nannejuvon saajana. Tah nisukea noivista lea son vätsä tekota kuvtsa faamu lea sufaarus. Son lea tekot täs puopmakko tonna, että täs lea vähän erinomasta outo.
muotshannosta mattuiteta, mutta ei tällä min olles ala muotshannossa min mattu.
Musta ehkä huistuoraan vuorottamussa hahte taht läädiuoka minun pastuhta muellima.
Tiitu alvupeete muu tjengallot ja seunjaso tjäätsiide.
Täällä latja, kos lähtee tolos saami hoiveskartsu.
Miltä susta tuntuu nähdä nämä vastauksilta? Mutta mä en tiedä vielä sitä kysymystä.
Thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and very impressive film you presented us, and congratulations for the award, the European Museum of the Year. We are going forward, and I will invite Katalin for your presentation. The last? We want the last? Marek, if you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very glad that I can join to the conference of European Network Remembrance and Solidarity here in Helsinki and share a little bit my thoughts about reconciliation and truth and reconciliation process. And I would like to share with you the example, which is, I think, very inspiring. I will be talking about the international reconciliation. So, of course, we need reconciliation in many different dimensions. Inside our societies, maybe the most important for now. But I will be talking about international reconciliation process and dialogue. And this example is Polish-German reconciliation after the Second World War. I think that this experience of this process is so important because it gives us a hope that even in the very bad circumstances, unsolved and intractable conflicts, there is a hope that these conflicts can be solved on the path of dialogue and reconciliation, not a war, for example. But of course, it started with the war, with the Second World War. So to understand the complexity of the process, you have to know, you know probably, that Poland during the war was occupied by Nazi German state. Germans killed more or less 6 million of Polish citizens, half of them were Jews, destroyed our cities, and so on. The war for Poland, the end of the war was not a freedom, but this second totalitarian regime. So Poland started to be dependent on USSR with the new communist government in Warsaw and all circumstances of totalitarian communist regime. So we theoretically won the war, but in fact we still stayed in the totalitarian state. Very important in this context was that Poland changed borders. Poland lost former eastern territories and got what we call western territories, which were, before the Second World War, important part of the German state. In effect, millions of people were transferred from east to west, and a lot of millions of Germans were exiled from their homes, as well as a lot of Poles from the former eastern territories, and all this melting pot of travels, exiles, and so on. Important fact, there was no peace treaty after the Second World War. So Potsdam Agreement was not a peace treaty. So the new border on the Odra and Nisa River was not a let's say, international recognition of this border. So lack of international treaty, instability of the border, it was, let's say, important argument for the Soviets to send a lot of troops to our western border to defend us against Germans who can come back. Of course, our direct neighbor was the Eastern Germany, communist one, but fear is fear. So in this intractable conflict, a lot of people thought that there will be no more agreement between Poles and Germans. There's even a proverb or a famous sentence in Polish language, but it's very difficult to translate. But the sense is that through the thousands of years and in the future, we will be enemies. Yes, so this is the kind of understanding of our history in 40s, 50s, and early 60s. I think it was on both sides of the border. And we have to remember that even in early 60s, in Western Germany, so democratic state, almost 80% of citizens were against of recognition of the new border. So it was really not stable and not the last one. Very important step of the reconciliation process was the mentioned here letter of Polish bishops to their German brothers. It was during the Second Vatican Council, 1965. And of course, there were a lot of more actors of the process. German Evangelical Church, German Catholic societies, a little bit later. Of course, later, Willy Brandt. But I would focus on this letter. His author, Bolesław Kominek, was bishop in Wrocław, in my city, but all bishops present in Rome decided to send this letter to German brothers. So formally it was the invitation for the ceremony of the 1000th year of baptized in Poland, but letter contains this very famous sentence, "We forgive you and ask for forgiveness." So it was very big moral impact of the both sides of the border. In Poland, it was very difficult to accept it because we forgive you, okay, we are Christians, we can forgive, but ask for forgiveness for what? For what? It was very difficult to understand, to have this kind of compassion to the counterpartner that, of course, Germans were exiled, for example, from their homes. And of course, it was a fruit of the war, which were started by Germans. But of course, there is something to think in this field. On the German side, this letter was very discussive. For example, Bolesław Kominek was interviewed in the prime time of ARD, of German television. It was very, very discussive in mass media. And this kind of shock, I think, was very important to change a little bit opinions. In the middle of 60s, of course, this decade is very important because the new generation was started to be adults. So we have generation which people who did not remember the war. We had famous trials of former, for example, guards from the concentration camps. A lot of factors which affected on public opinion in Germany. So in the end of the 60s, these proportions in West Germany, which are shown in polls, changed, and even 75% of respondents agreed for the new border. This opened, among others, the way for Willy Brandt to implement the new Eastern policy, because he had a kind of understanding in the society. Coming back to the letter, I focused on the moral side of the letter, this Christian moral side, but it was not enough. it was not enough. So it would be, I think, a little bit naive to think that the very important and Christian sentence can change as the only thing the attitude of societies. Behind the letter of Polish bishops, which is a quite long document with all, let's say, revision, a new vision of the history of relations between Poles and Germans, there was also a kind of, I think, so and I can defend this theory, that it was also a kind of political offer made by Catholic Church. But that time, in Poland, Catholic Church, with a very high moral authority, was a kind of representative of the nation, real one. So they could do a political offer. What was the offer? Of course, in the letter, it was impossible during communist time to write it frankly. But this kind of offer, we can read it, we can predict it, was that you have to recognize the border as a fruit of the war, bitter fruit of the war, in the name of the peace in the Europe, and as a condition for the future reunion of the Germany. And in fact, it happened after 1990 and Treaty 4+2. So this was the idea behind, political idea behind the letter. Of course, both factors, moral impact and political vision, were important. Yes, researching the Polish-German reconciliation process is a very, let's say, deep topic, and I'm sure that I'm making shortcuts, but very often I was wondering if the reconciliation process because it was a success. Yes, we now, even if we have some problems in our relations, we discuss it. Yes, so this is the difference is huge. Yes, from the war and killing people to the, let's say, normal politics. So I was wondering many times if there is a kind of pattern of reconciliation between nations. We even organized some seminars for young leaders from many different countries to discuss other examples, to discuss contemporary conflicts, and to find the answer. And answer is not as simple. For sure, we have to have some conditions for reconciliation. The conflict has to be stopped. The evil has to be named. There have to be counter partners, actors who are able to act, and so on and so on. But for sure, there is no a simple pattern for reconciliation. But the experience of Polish-German reconciliation gives us the very important thing, which is a hope that reconciliation is possible. In 1965, nobody in Poland, and probably in Germany as well, would say that we will be, let's say, in friendship or regular, normal cooperation. And it turned out that it is possible. So I think that the most important experience from this process is that this is possible, that makes us this kind of courage to try in other circumstances. For sure, I know that studies on the Polish-German reconciliation process were used or were helpful somehow and still are inspiring for people who are, for example, dealing on Polish-Ukrainian hot and difficult topics, as well as in some other examples. So I think that it should be popularized and better known. I have this feeling that because I'm a researcher on this topic that I couldn't present you all complicacy and complex of this. But I think that you can learn a lot from the many different publications on these topics, and maybe it is worth to say that now we have 60th anniversary of the reconciliation letter. This letter was, the original letter is in Köln, in Germany, because in Köln, in Germany. And we are hoping that maybe next year it will be submitted to the UNESCO Memory of the World list. So I hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's a lesson, this process of reconciliation between German and Polish people and states after World War II. It was unthinkable in the 50s or 60s. And this proves reconciliation is a difficult way, but it needs leadership. Without leadership, it is impossible to achieve it. And I am pleased to invite Aaron Mate. You have the floor, please.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me as a part of this panel discussion. And my thanks also goes for the European Network of Remembrance and Solidarity for organizing this huge conference and symposium. But first of all, I would like to pay homage to the Helsinki conference in 1975. And for this act, I would like to read out one paragraph, the very first after the introduction from the closing accord, I mean the Helsinki Final Act. So the quote goes like this: "The participating states will respect each other's sovereign equality and individuality, as well as all the rights inherent in and encompassed by sovereignty, including in particular the right of every state to judicial equality, to territorial integrity, and to freedom and political independence. They will also respect each other's right freely to choose and develop its political, social, economic, and cultural systems, as well as its right to determine its laws and regulations." Quote ends. First of all, this text reaffirms the Westphalian system, which I think was very European. It was invented in Europe, it was applied in Europe and from Europe, and it remains a core of our diplomatic system of the world still today. But we also know, if we look back, I mean historically, that following the years of the Helsinki Closing Accord, so at the end of the 70s and in the 80s, we know that the Soviet Union financed communist parties and terrorist groups in the West. So it was nothing like accepting sovereignty. And on the other side, the West supported opposition behind the Iron Curtain. But still, I would risk that accepting nominal or the nominal acceptance of each other's sovereignty is very important in peacetime. The next issue, I'm starting from very far, and you will understand how I will get to the point of truth and reconciliation. The next issue I would like to mention is the issue of national minorities. You may know that almost 2 million Hungarians are living outside Hungary's borders, and they form some of the largest bodies of national minorities in Europe. And I think it is proper to remind to the Helsinki Accord here and now, not only because it is the 50th anniversary, but also because in Finland we can observe some examples of how to resolve outstandingly the situation of national minorities. I'm pointing to the autonomy of the Åland Islands. But as I heard from Taina's lecture that there is a way to go for in the perspective of the Sami people, but still there are good steps toward it. So in the Helsinki Final Act, in section 7, it says, the participating states on whose territory national minorities exist will respect the right of persons belonging to such minorities to equality before the law, will afford them the full opportunity for actual enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms, and will in this manner protect their legitimate interests in this sphere. And furthermore, the participating states, recognizing the contribution that national minorities or regional cultures can make to cooperation among them in various fields of culture, intend, when such minorities or cultures exist within their territory, to facilitate this contribution, taking into account the legitimate interests of their members. So why am I speaking about all these things? Because there is a key element to acknowledging each other's sovereignty and accepting native national minorities as bridges. And there is a kind of reference to it in the Helsinki Final Act. It is just one sentence, let me read it out. Encouraging exchanges of teaching materials, including school textbooks, having in mind the possibility of promoting mutual knowledge and facilitating the presentation of each country in such books. Quote ends. In other words, promoting dialogue. And when building a common Europe, I think it is very important to have dialogues, not only to get to a common understanding between the West of Europe and the rest of Europe, you know, the West and the rest, but also to find out common histories or common stories or shared heritage in each other's history. And I can tell you that this is what my institute is embarked upon with our regional partners from Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Czechia, and Poland. Because we find very much alike, many things very much alike in patterns of the Sovietization. For example, the persecution of churches. For example, the forced collectivization, I mean, of individual farmers, and so on. Or the working methods of the communist state security apparatus, and so on. So we can find, so it is our examples that prove that we can find common stories and common heritage in our past. But getting back to the text of the Helsinki Final Act, it says, including school textbooks and mutual knowledge. Yes, but what kind of teaching materials, what kind of mutual knowledge, and what kind of textbooks? I would like to present you a short quote from Tsvetan Todorov, a Bulgarian émigré in France, who wrote the followings. Totalitarian regimes of the 20th century have revealed the existence of a danger never before imagined, the blotting out of memory. These 20th century tyrannies have understood the conquest of men and territories could be accomplished through information and communication, and created a systematic and complete takeover of memory, hoping to control it even in its most hidden recesses. Quote ends. For being able to continue an honest and fair dialogue, we need a just effort to explore our history, our past, and to get back what had been taken from us. A famous, once famous Hungarian historian, but her legacy is still living, Mária Ormos, who, by the way, had been previously in the highest echelon of the Communist Party, told in an interview in 2005, in Hungary, at least 1.5 generations have been robbed of their history because they have been presented with a single non-existent history, while the real history that determined their destiny has never been told. Anything that had to do with the truth, with reality, could not be written down, could not be said, quote end. It is not true entirely what she told about the robbing of our history, because even herself wrote down things in the 1980s that did not really fit into the very official narrative of the Communist Party, but by and large, we can accept that her words are true. And why I am insisting on the question of memory. I think there are three things that can bind together any human groups. First, values, I mean shared values. We look on the world similarly or very similarly. The second, interests. We have common interests. And the third is experience. But what is experience? It sounds very abstracted. Because, for example, no one can say that I have a personal experience from the First World War. Well, there might be some very, very old persons, but I'm afraid their memories from the First World War can be as a child, not as a participator. But still, the First World War, for example, is very important, even, for example, for Finland, because Finland gained its independence during the events of the First World War from the Russian Imperium. So this is our story still, for example, the First World War, but there are some other examples, of course, which are not personally, but as a group belongs to us as a common and shared memory. So hereby I am closing my remarks by saying that Truth and Reconciliation Process, which is the title of this panel, in my point of view, starts with the exploration of history and by building back a memory or even memories that had been taken of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As you mentioned, education is extremely important in this process of reconciliation. And in the German-Polish example, I know it is a project to have a common history textbook. It is a project. I don't know if it is successful. But it is one project is successful. In other difficult, very difficult reconciliation process between France and Germany. So they have a common history manual. So we will come back to you and to if you have a short remark, but we can discuss after the presentation. Katalin, please, you are the last as you desired.
So, it is an honor to be here. Yeah, I'm such a midget. Yeah. So, Helsinki spirit, it was about achieving the lasting peace in a bipolar world. Now, where we are here today. We have still war next to Finland, and we are living in increasingly polarizing societies. Multiple crises. So I believe that in order to defend not only peace, but also give a hope for democracy, it is absolutely imperative that we come up with a kind of durable reconciliation pattern. Because how I can see it, and I'm sorry for being a gloomy academic, but reconciliation process is dependent on basically two conditions. One, that reconciliation process is not a rational process. Second, it has been too long a kind of top-down decision of political leaders, which is why it has been always one way or the other a temporal success. So what I will start with here to discuss these two challenges on a successful reconciliation. Well, I'm a historian, so I don't know what is truth, because from a historian point of view, truth depends where you sit, how you define and interpret what is a trauma, a historical trauma, what is truth from your nation's perspective. So first, I will argue that reconciliation in its core, not really a rational process, because reconciliation is an attempt to resolve a conflict in the past that is deeply ingrained in identity. So it is about how people was experiencing these historical events, how people understand some periods in the past as profound injustice. Do they really experience, or somebody is telling them that a trauma is worthwhile to maintain? In many cases, as it has been said previously, that this experience is not a personal, not necessarily a personal one, but a transgenerational pain about the past. So people who are subject to reconciliation did not suffer necessarily the moment that has to be reconciled. So it is a memory of their extended family, of their local or ethnic or national communities that is keeping this trauma alive, because they are feeling belonging to these communities that keeps certain traumas alive. So historical traumas do unite nationally, regionally, even transnationally. Regionally, the communist experience of the 40 years in Eastern Europe has been a very shared kind of suffering period that has, my colleague here said that it is time outside of history. What an interesting notion. But then we have had, for example, traumas that divide neighbors. As also have said, the First World War peace agreements of what we call in Central Europe the Trianon trauma, that the Hungarians address as profound injustice, whereas the Romanians, for example, think that finally justice happened, right? So which one to go? Or, of course, transnationally, we have had this kind of great breakthroughs, like the memory of Holocaust, or the memory of the suffering the communist regimes. These are celebrated in the EU in certain days. So traumas are critical junctures that transformed, once upon a time, communities, and traumas that is inherited by the forthcoming generations. Traumas became the central parts of national commemorations. You can have the circle of national days, yearly circle of national days, or you can have a history book written by a certain period of time, taught the new generation what to remember and how to remember it. And then we have public discourses popping up every now and then, and this infinite warehouse of political use as traumas are. And this is exactly the problem and the next challenge, that reconciliation is basically a political process that is time-bound, and it is depending on the political agency. So which party benefits from resolving a historical rooted juxtaposition, and which party wants to maintain them as a conflict for political purposes? So historically rooted memory of injustice is always, or perhaps, hopefully, is dormant, unless a political party, a political actor gets them reactivated. And then it becomes, once again, a painful memory that needs to be reconciled. Right? So, but I would like to end this gloomy presentation with hope. Because yes, I believe that there are solutions how to manage or how to get through a very successful reconciliation, as, for example, in the Sami case. Because I think this is about not top-down political leadership, but more about bottom-up processes where we do have to engage people to understand that a trauma is a construction that they are thought to have to remember in every now and then regarding the political regime or political party in power. So it is a construction. But nevertheless, I believe that we have to make this kind of reconciliation process as approachable to people, to just normal people, not academics, not politicians, not even the media, but just normal, common people, to listen how they understand certain kind of difficult past that they were told or they experienced or their father and grandfather and so on experienced and passed on this painful memory. So I believe that listening to people's experiences and also having them to meet the other side of the conflict, similar type of normal people's experiences, and have a discussion and a dialogue with them. This can be actually a healing process, because truth is not something that is in concrete. The truth is how you experience the truth and injustice or justice. So I would argue that we need to engage people and arrange encounters with the other side or all other conflicting sides. And on the other hand, the other possible solution for lasting reconciliation is taking it up to the international level, taking it up to engage international attention and having a wider discussion, for example, in Europe, what constitutes actually a conflict that needs to be reconciled. And once upon a time, and this is my last word, remember that all those reconciliation processes that we have, successful enough, they are temporal. They depend on us always. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you are right. In daily life, people can live together as neighbors and good friends, and until politics intervene and changed everything. European history is an example in this regard. you had a remark about the question with the textbook.
Yes, we have a common Polish-German textbook, and it was the last. I think that the last part was accepted and approved to use in schools last year. It was the last part because it has some parts, and we have it. Yes. I'm wondering if it will be in use for real. It will. We will check in a few years. So we will see on both sides of the. I have this kind of reflection that even more in Poland we know the history and we know more. Poles knows more about Germans than Germans about Poles. And for example, the research is made by Kreisau-Stiftung. Show that this kind of not balanced knowledge on the both sides of our border, and I think that it is also a kind of problem for our relation for the future, that we don't have this balance of the, let's say, perception of the partner.
Yeah, I know it's a committee of historians who are dealing with this problem of textbook, common acceptable for the both parties. And in Romania, we say when you want to abandon a problem, you enforce a committee to deal with it.
These committees work a long time, and of course we have this textbook, but there is also a critics of the textbook from both sides, I think. So it shows that the work is very hard.
It is, but this is the hard way. And I am coming back to Taina, speaking about the Sami people. Can you tell us more about what happened with the Sami people in Finland or in the other countries where they live? What kind of discrimination they suffered? What's about?
Yes, that's a huge question, but to put it in a short way, it's a colonial history we have in Sápmi, in Sweden, Finland, Norway, and northern part of Russia. And most of the people, they don't know that we have that type of history. Sami people were not able to use their own language. They had to hide their own culture. And in Sweden and Norway, it was really a real political decision. In Finland, our government didn't make any political decision, but that happened. Sami children, they were gathered to boarding schools, and that is the history. Like my father, he felt shame to be a Sami, and that's why he moved away from Sápmi to Helsinki and started to study as a policeman. He made a very beautiful career as a chief policeman in Helsinki. And now he feels very happy and lucky to see how his children and grandchildren are working for the Sami culture. My sister is an artist. Our children are Sami activists and artists too. So I feel very good that my father, at the age of 84, has been able to see that type of future, empowering, better future. And now we have schools for Sami children, we have kindergartens for Sami children, and it's getting better. But still, there's not a lot to do. At the moment, you may know that Finnish Parliament is really almost ready to make the decision that they accept Sami Parliament Act. We have been waiting for this decision for 13 years. 13 years. It's a question of self-governance of Sami people. And I'm really looking forward next week that our parliament in Finland will make the final decision for our rights, for our future, better future.
Thank you. I'm going to open our session for questions. If you have questions, please prepare and announce yourself. you have something to ask our panelists. Till then, I will ask Aaron, you mentioned you study how the mechanism of Communist Party work in controlling society. What's the experience of Hungary in this matter and your institution? It is similar what happened in Romania, what happened in the other Central Eastern European countries under the Soviet and then communism regime? Speaking about Securitate in Romania and other institutions, similar institutions in different countries.
Yes, the answer is yes and no, because there were very huge differences between each countries in the communist bloc, but still there is a date, a year that can bind together our experiences in Romania and Hungary, and this is the 1956, because before that year I can risk that it was by and large very much the same. I mean, the ruthless methods, the very open dictatorship, and so on, and the brutality and the open stupidity of the regime. But after the 1956 events, in Hungary, it was a revolution and then a kind of retaliation. In Romania, there was retaliation without revolutions. Okay, there were movements in Bucharest, in Cluj-Kolozsvár, yes, the students, and so on, but still there were no such thing as a national revolution. And in Romania, but you will correct me, or Florin Abraham is here, he may correct me as well. So in Romania, it went along that way, even to deeper recesses concerning the Ceausescu dictatorship. In Hungary, they chose another way after closing the retribution and the retaliation. It was much like a kind of pyramid scheme. So you know, you can take part in the dictatorship to upper, and you get back some rewards for that. But it was a very shrewd and very hidden in many cases. But openly, you couldn't challenge. You couldn't challenge the ruling role of the Communist Party, the Soviet alliance. I mean, it was not an alliance, but the relation of a minor, the satellite, and the master. So there were taboos, but still there were differences in that way. On the other hand, following the 1956 revolution in Hungary, the Romanian colleagues helped to reorganize the Hungarian internal security. They provided hundreds of Hungarian-speaking Securitate officers for rebuilding the counter-espionage, but the anti-reactionary part of the Hungarian state security.
Yeah, and yes, and Romania had a role in this repression against the leader of Hungarian uprising. Speaking about repression, we have this experiment, Pitesti experiment, you have presented earlier in a panel. And as far as I know, just an example, in a small county in Romania, the Securitate had 2,000 informers. In a small country, 2,000 informers. Even in the primary school, they had informers in primary school for the kids in the 10 years, 12 years, 14 years old to survey their behavior. So this is a reality. Speaking about trauma and transgenerational trauma, we experience in the former communist state the same repression. But now, if you look what is happening in our society, for many of our citizens, communist times is presented as a glorious epoch, as the heaven on earth. And a lot of people believe that. Of course, a lot of people believe earth is flat, of course. But it's unbelievable how this kind of disinformation is working in our society. And what is criminal and what is bad for the society is transformed in something glorious and something of proud and something to be happy with and regretted. It's very difficult to understand this kind of thoughts, not only for the youngest generation, but also for the people who experienced the hunger, fear, terror in their own life, and then in their old time, they have a different perception. It's very difficult to understand and to make a reconciliation with your own past. This is very complicated, and I'm asking you if you have the same processes. Of course, except in Finland. Finland wasn't a communist state, happily that, but trauma exists also in this minority problems. Please, anyone who can
I think that
express.
The problem what you expressed has, of course, we observe it, I think, in all our countries in Central Eastern Europe after collapse of communist system, this kind of sentiment to the communist times in part of society. And I think that, of course, we have different reasons, but very important reason is that we didn't achieve a success in transitional justice. So communist crimes were not condemned properly, I think, on the international level. So even if Nuremberg trial was about, let's say, not a lot of perpetrators, some, let's say, figures, it caused that everybody, it was very important, let's say, sign for everybody that symbol and, you know, very, very important fact that Nazi German regime was totalitarian, was bad, and it was condemned. We didn't have similar thing according to communist times. We had some, so this is, I think that this is one reason why it is so. And I think according to traumas and this transgeneration traumas, I think that of course this is a complicated process on many different levels. I think that the only possible answer for trauma is to commemorate this what you lost, so victims, and only commemoration can give the chance for reconciliation with the past. Without it, it is probably impossible.
Yes, please,
yeah.
you have a...
Just a comment about this coming to terms with the communist past. Actually, this did happen in Czechoslovakia after the collapse of communism, because they had a different kind of policy. But Hungary and Poland, it was trouble, because in both countries there were a kind of liberal communist regimes started to appear already in the late 60s, early 70s in Poland, and in Hungary in the 70s and 80s. So the question was, there was no revolution like in Romania, but the communists just laid down power, and they started to negotiate in round tables. So it was a kind of reconciliation process already. But the problem was in these two countries that who would you purge? Who are the guilty of the regime? The ultimate, elite, or also the supporters, or all those who actually one way or the other benefited from a kind of welfare socialism in both countries. So this was the problem why Hungary and Poland did not go to this this discussion of who are guilty of the past. Romania, on the other hand, did not go because the ex-communist party just transformed itself as a social democrat and kept the power until 1997. So there was no this kind of time when you have a possibility to come to terms and have a societal discussion. In addition, I think that the problem is that is why, because there was no this kind of discussion like in Czechoslovakia in the early 1990s, that is why this communist discourse is coming back today. Ex-communists who are, guilty of the past, why are they in our midst? So this is a question that when you don't have this societal discourse about the past, then it tends to come back because the politicians are using it, because it is a very practical, manipulative tools to get elected. This is easy.
I would not agree with this thesis that Czechoslovakia had, former Czech Republic, for example, had a success with this transitional justice, as well as in Poland. There were, I think, few examples of sentences of high rank officials. I don't know, even in Czech Republic, for example, last two years ago, Vladislav Vajnar, so Interior Ministry, was delivered to court 2 years ago in the age of 92, and he died during the trial. So in Poland, Czesław Kiszczak, for example, after very, very, very long process, trial was sentenced, and he never went to jail. So we didn't have this kind of general trial over the communist regime itself, or the most important crimes committed by them. And of course, the kind of round table, this was the model, for example, in Poland to initiate the transformation. And it had some advantages because it was without blood, like in Romania. But it was noticed by this very important part of society as a kind of not a very fair deal of elites of communist regime and some part of elites of opposition. And it was also the problem for next years to it was not clearly told who was good and who was bad during the communist times. So, of course, we have these problems. So it was my answer, my theory, why still we have this kind of, so in our societies there is still a sentiment to the communist times, because it was not condemned. So in our social life, there is a possibility to have this kind of attitude to these times.
Thank you. It is also about the moral ambiguity, I presume. Taina, you have a remark?
Yeah, I was thinking when we are talking about traumas, and it's very easy to think how things were in the past. But I think that we also have to think what's happening today. We still have colonial structures in Europe, in Finland, and we still have new traumas. For example, green transition. For sure, it's a positive thing. We have to fight against climate change. But for Sami people, our life is based on the land and land use rights. So we have faced really big difficulties because of green transition. Mainly in Swedish and Norwegian side of Sápmi, not yet in Finland. We don't have mines or wind power plants in the Finnish side of Sápmi, but you probably know the news, what's happening in Norway and Sweden. In Sami areas, huge wind power plants are built there in Sami land. And that's why somehow green transition has become a real threat for Sami traditional livelihoods. I'm talking about reindeer herding, fishing, and those traditional livelihoods for our culture, for our life, and for our future. So we still have new traumas we are carrying. It's not just the question of the past.
Any questions?
I just would like to add something to the previous issue. So I think it is not only because we lacked such Nuremberg trials on national levels or whatever, but it's also because people who lived in the 1980s and in the 1970s and afterwards in the 1990s, so in these, for example, in these 3 decades, they use comparing, because they compare that before the 1970s, for example, in Hungary, they don't really have very, very good memories. It's partly colorful, partly shadowy. But after the fall of communism, after the transition, for a decade in Hungary, it was like tohu vabohu, you know, the ancient chaos. And many people lost their jobs. 1.5 million jobs ceased to exist. And people compare. Before that, okay, there was a huge scale of alcoholism, abortions, whatever, and psychiatric problems. But still, we could manage somehow. Hungarian forints was a valid means of tender. For example, if you went to Bulgaria or to Romania, it was a worthy currency. But afterwards, it just collapsed. So I think that's also a motive beyond these phenomena.
And then they were young.
Yes, of
yes.
course.
Yes.
Everything was good.
Always it's better to be young and healthy and rich than poor, old, and sick. So yeah, I can understand this. A last question, if you have. If please, we have just a minute, so be short.
It's about Hungary. This very recent authoritarian tendencies in Russian, Hungarian inner politics. So are they somehow related to perhaps not so successful reconciliation of the historical life?
I think we have different opinions here, so I will let the floor.
Always.
No, I believe that the problem here is that in Eastern Europe, the East Central Europeans, they are not consensus societies. So it is easy to have a kind of polarized society because it is always easier to control it. But I don't think, I agree with him in a sense that what we have today is a kind of dissatisfaction with I don't know, a welfare state, dissatisfaction that the social structure of the society, dissatisfaction with security, because certain politicians take advantage of insecurities, I don't know, economic or social or whatever insecurities, and it is easy to take advantage. And this is, in this sense, reminds us in different time periods before the collapse. But I would not say that it is because there was no social or wide discussion about how do we understand the past. It is not perhaps that, but it is more about long-time dissatisfaction with what they were called liberal democracy, what they were called a kind of economic-driven democracy. because a lot of people were dissatisfied with that. But it is not about reconciliation with the past. It is perhaps more about reconciliation with the present.
Thank you very much.
May I have just one remark?
Yes, please.
There are different opinions on this question. So, for example, for me, there is no authoritarian tendencies in Hungary. And in some other countries, for example, in France, Italy, they think a great part of the voters that they have some authoritarian tendencies, but this is not my part to debate. So I think there are different opinions on this question in this room.
Thank you very much. We are out of time, and I have a secret. For a successful reconciliation process, all you have to do is to invite people to lunch. And everybody will be happy with this. And before, I will ask you to give a round of applause to our panelists and distinguished guests.